We can always swap them in at lunch and do the whole lot, it's fine.
It might be like the line, and they come morning to swap at half time.
Yeah. If you let us know when they have to break into lunch or whatever.
Yeah. It's screen, the link's there now, but it's just not really tricky.
It thinks it's streaming.
But it's streaming nothing.
But that's not to do with it being on there, though, is it?
No,
It's to do with the laptop.
no,
That's
it's
just
not.
going that.
Into the
So why?
stream thing.
We've never had this is a normal problem if we have a problem there.
Because that shouldn't be,
And
because this is just, all you're trying to do is use Teams on the laptop. You're not connecting to any other kit, aren't we?
no, so
It's just literally a Zoom meeting on the laptop.
Zoom meetings, stream.
Yeah, that's HDMI.
So
it
why?
shouldn't be, I think it's
It's nothing to, yeah, I don't think it's anything to do with any of what they're doing then, like the works they've done, is it?
Just checked it.
So I mean, presumably,
It's just the strength of the Wi-Fi connection.
shouldn't be in here.
Right. That's just because it's backing up. It's just because it's backing up with low video.
Yeah, that shouldn't interrupt.
Which Wi-Fi have you connected on?
Had to go on secure. Just a swing.
Why not BTX? BTX has failed.
Yeah.
Should do, because it's that, isn't it? And that's the strongest, biggest one, isn't it? Are you, so which one's the Virgin under here? Spider, which is quite
Yeah, that's
if you could take it off. The only reason that laptop's there is to put on the screens. Is you could try and see if it works here. And just check on the paper if that's if you plug it all in here, so everyone,
We're losing the screen.
yeah. Give that,
That's also like that YouTube just won't pick up the right thing.
Yeah.
was that your mic on set?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I was thinking that's been left there for like weeks. But really. That's funny then.
when you can never do that.
From home once to then it's they can't see it on YouTube. We might be able to yeah, so and then they come in on Zoom. I just have to make sure that they're muted.
Commenting on the YouTube.
Yeah. It goes through like YouTube not
Oh,
anything.
so it's a YouTube issue.
From looks of it, because stream
Okay,
goes on,
perfect.
stream key works,
Okay, perfect.
it's fine.
Super. We'll just stick with Zoom, and then people, if they want to watch it from home, I can add them to the Zoom link. Oh, I do have another question though, Tom. Usually this is our webcam from here.
Oh, yeah.
How are we doing that? Because the webcam was coming through the laptop.
And of course you want it on that
Yeah,
screen.
Where does that camera come out?
we don't know. Oh, I don't know.
Long bit.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it there.
That's it.
Well, could we,
Is it like-
if we whip it up, will that then stretch from there?
What's the way, but as long as you don't trim. Okay.
Yeah, no one else
Otherwise-
is out behind doing it.
But otherwise, this would be very mad.
Been there a long time.
Yeah, that's wild.
What day? What this week? That way, okay.
I said, just as long as you don't trip on it, then it's fine.
And 2 weeks.
Sounded it.
Leave it hanging, to be honest.
Oh, that's all right. It's a bit wonky, but not horrendous.
Feel fine. Good to go. One sense. There you go. Presume to get recorded or not? I was just thinking if people actually wanted to watch it. The TV boot and stuff.
It's like it gets anyone let out.
It's a bit on the wall. It's okay.
Of course, you want to stream it, you can.
Fine.
We have a new website which you can stream.
Oh.
It's all brand new and it works a lot better and has constant support from their side as well.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, that's good.
Makes a change.
Feel like
Dermot and Scotland, that's it, gentlemen in the suit, the gold time. Heritage, Susanna Parker, Associate Director with RPS. That's immediately behind me. Ecology, Joe Atkinson, she's an ecologist with RPS. Transport, Lancaster Miles, gentleman in the black suit. And then noise, Christina Yonadu from Naylor. I think that is everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. I'll come to the local planning authority next.
Good morning, sir. I'm Maria Smith from Rochester District Council. I am the strategic majors team leader for the council, and I am representing council today. I've also and I'm Ella Gibbs from Face Services, senior consultant. So I'm also expecting Marcus Watts, my environmental company.
Is there anyone here from, yeah, I'm still looking like I'm sorry. Is there anyone here from statutory or non-statutory consultees? Historic England, Environment Agency, that sort of thing.
So I'm not sure if I qualify as a non-statutory consultee. I'm trustee of CPRE Essex, and we do get consulted on applications.
Okay, thank you. I think I've got them listed somewhere else, but no matter. Also, after I've got these. Parish Council, right, comes in next. Yes.
On the parish council,
Okay.
I'm Richard Hoggett, so I'm speaking on behalf of Berden.
Now, I've got a number of third-party requests to speak, and probably the easiest way for me to do this is to read the list out, and if you're here, let me know. I've got Jeffrey Williamson. You're here, okay? I've got you down in virtual attendance, so you're here in person. Well, but secondly, so, well, I don't know. We did have some IT issues, but it could have been resolved. Colin Berden. Good morning. Sarah Wright. Good. Richard Haynes, yes, you've already told me. Rosie Thomas. Yeah, okay. Sarah Yarrow. Yeah. Okay. Representatives of Protect the Pelham, Georgina Hooper and John Arm. Jill Van Riemsdijk. Good morning. And Catherine Armstrong. Good. Have I missed anybody who's asked to speak? Yeah, go on.
John Arnell.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Arnell, ARNEW.
Okay, I've got you, yeah. Are you from Protect the Pelhams? No. Okay, well, the list I've been given is wrong, but never mind. Thank you. Is there anyone else who wants to sort of let me know that they're here? Or is can I assume that everyone else is here with the, that's fine. And if you do want to speak, then, you know, I try to keep this as participatory as possible. Yeah. Yes, I've got no particular concern about order, but well, other than yes, forgive me. Now, I mentioned earlier that I circulated an issue report. Some water department agreement that we did, yeah, 31st of January 2024. So quite some time ago now. I presume you've all seen that. It's been on the Gov.uk website. Good. If anyone does have any comment about it, then perfectly prepared to hear that when you make your representation. It's just a means of summarising what are the essential issues that are in play here. Documents and plans, I'll come on to those in a moment, but they're all public on the Gov.uk website, which relates to this particular application of the 62A. I've kept a close eye on that as documents been put on, I'm sure you all have too, but I'll come on to that, that's where they are. I should speak briefly about site visit. It had been my intention, to get here early yesterday so that I could visit the site yesterday afternoon to have a preliminary look before doing this hearing here this morning, but unfortunately because of the trains, I didn't get here until it was dark, so there was no point. So I haven't had a look at the site. The area is not completely unfamiliar to me, been here before. But I will be carrying out a site visit after we finish here, whether that's this afternoon or tomorrow. My intention is to do that on an unaccompanied basis. I think looking at the way the public rights of way will help, I'll be able to do that. But if anyone has anything to do with that, then let me know. Conditions and legal agreement next. Obviously, conditions were discussed the last time the hearing was done. And there was a list of conditions attached to my comment decision notice and statement of reasons, which is published. I'll come on to that. I'm going to use that list as a template for a brief discussion today, and I'll keep that open. So if there's anything in the conditions you do want to talk about, then let me know. I've also seen a legal agreement. Forgive me, but I haven't checked whether it's signed and completed.
It isn't for this reason. We want to discuss it, but in a normal way, we probably ask for 7 days or so just to get it perfected. It's quite simple, you know, actually. Yes,
Yeah, happy with that. But we'll come on to that when we talk about the condition. Now, I should, for the sake of completeness, and for anyone who hasn't seen my issue report, set out what I regard as the main issues in this case, and there are quite a few. So bear with me. The first one, they're in no particular order. I just structured them in this way for my memory. The effect of the proposal on the character and appearance of the surrounding area, in simple terms, that's a landscape issue. Secondly, the effect of the proposal on the setting and thereby the significance of heritage assets, that's a heritage issue. So I deal with that completely separately from the landscape, for reasons that will become apparent. Third, whether the proposed use of I can't say what the procedure is for putting speaking notes on the gov.uk website, but if it's permitted, then I'm happy for the answer on both of them. But if you have a copy that you can hand to me today, speaking better, I'm going to be putting them up on gov.uk, but it'll be still as an email while for me, and I think that I'm just doing this to notice. Good. In terms of how the hearing itself is structured, I do like a mid-morning break. I'm sure everyone would appreciate that. And normally I would allow some time, 5 minutes an hour for lunch, but I'm going to take you on where we are with that and how we're getting along, because there's quite a lot to cover. But that said, you know, I'm hoping to complete proceedings within a reasonable time, because ideally I'd like that signed this afternoon, but if that's not possible, we'll see how it gets on. There are two procedural matters that I'd like to touch on and invite comments about. I'll tell you what I think, and then you can tell me if you've got any comments, and that's up to everyone. What I'm dealing with here is a redetermination. The first, my colleague's decision, which was as far back as May 2023, so almost a year ago, was quashed by consent, because of certain matters related to the way it dealt with heritage. I understand it. I've not gone into that in any detail, but so I'm here to do the determination, and what that means is having to start again, essentially. The previous decision. It's not incumbent on me to take anything from the previous decision forward. I'm here to have a look at it and I put that very, very simply. There may be things in there that we can refer to or talk about, but it has no standing in effect. In my view, it's the analysis all over again and to use new decision notice to state the reasons. Hopefully, within a year of the previous one, we'll see how it gets on. Does anyone have any comments about that?
No, although that probably is a legal matter. We set out the principles as we see them in section 2 of of our representations, and you'll see that case, so that's the Davidson case, as you know. The only thing I would add, yes, you start again. If there are differences in opinion, then you need to decide whether or not you need to explain why you have completed the deal.
That is correct. If I go a different way, then you think that my colleague concluded, yes, I'd have to conclude why, and I'd have to explain to everybody why. The same goes for when we come on to talk about consistency and my colleague's decision on, like I said, I don't have to take that as read. I can come to a different conclusion on things if I choose to, but I have to explain why, and I have to have a reason why. It can't just be because I feel like it, or I start from a different place or whatever. One would have to differentiate properly. Yeah. Anyone else have anything to say about that? It's effectively start again. Good. The second thing that I wanted to touch on, and I see there's been some correspondence that my case officer has passed on to me. I haven't got myself involved in it for obvious reasons, but I've seen correspondence about new material that's been added in and put on the gov.uk website. I have been kind of kept in the loop about that. Generally speaking, these things are an office matter, a procedural matter, but things come in, they go up on there. But Mr. Hardy, it would be helpful if we could just explain to the hearing what that material is and what its purpose is.
So, main documents. So, site selection report. We've got the representations, as I've already referred to, so those are representations in relation to the issues. We've got the unilateral undertaking. There is a report in relation to the technicalities of the site, so that's the panels on the DC output and the AC output. And then there are cases, or there's a number of legal cases which are relevant, and appeal decisions which you may find helpful. Last time you recall that there were, I think, there was some criticism with respect to that reference hadn't been made, or the consideration hadn't been given to the review decisions. So absolutely, look at the review decision before you. We're not going to go to all of those, but you will hope to find some of those to be helpful.
Yeah, I must say, certainly dealing with the legal cases, you'll not be surprised that most of them are familiar to me. The appeal decisions, yes, some I've seen, some I haven't. But again, it's as well to be aware in days when the courts are interested in consistency. If they're not brought to an inspector's attention, it's not for an inspector to go fishing. I don't go looking around for other decisions on some array in order to inform mine. So I'm not supposed to do that. But they're not put in front of me. As far as I'm concerned, I'm unaware. If I am aware of something like that, that might be relevant. It might be to bring it to everyone's attention so that you can tell me what you think about it. I can't rely on information that's not available to everybody.
If it's helpful, there's a long list, but not all of those, I would say, are going to be of equal interest. And just to narrow that list down to the legal cases, the most recent ones are Bramley, that's 7, and the benefit of members of the public, that is to do with site selection issues. Lullington, which is that is also 2024, to do with most first time agriculture. And then in terms of heritage, in terms of heritage, probably Graham's Hill is all that you need. The other ones are early heritage related decisions, but the principle gathered together, I think, in the Graham's Hill decision, so it's 6, 7, and 8. And then of the appeal decisions, the most recent ones are Pemberton, which is number 26, Whitbeach, which is number 27, Magasend is rolling up at 25, Cameron Barn Road, really has to 2028 in Cameron Barn Road. So there are others, but just to try and talk from that list, those you would say are ones that
yes, I'm not going to, that's helpful, Mr. Harvey. I'm not going to go into the details of it now, obviously, but we'll come on to that. I noticed that my case officer has had some correspondence about beds and about this material coming forward. Does anyone have anything they want to say about it? Yeah, go on.
So I would just like to say that this does put us at quite a significant disadvantage. I mean, the first I saw of the site selection report was last night. I would have liked to have gone through that in some detail. I did the council, but I do know the area as well. And I would have liked to have gone through what would be suggested with regard to the option proposal. So it does put us at a very serious disadvantage if we've had no time to consider that. I think information should have been put before us back in January. It's now come through several weeks late, and we haven't got the time to respond to it. So I do wonder whether there might be a case for an extension of time for us to respond to this late information.
Or we get somewhat reminiscent of last week, whether it's happened or looking at the last minute, because I don't think we want examination that was pretty general and not very specific about how the capital work. It seems simple. It's a very limited review done. We comment again within that. It's a very simple review, and we have time to go through that and think through how long it is. And then ultimately we can make if we can just find it. Yeah.
I don't think if you've got a procedure and set up deadlines, they should be met by everybody. We have to you know, abide by the deadline, then everybody, all parties should have to abide by the deadline. And if the applicant is allowed to put through stuff without us having any opportunity to come back on that, that just makes mockery of the procedure, doesn't it?
Well, yes, and no, but it depends how I intend to deal with it. Does anyone else have anything they want to say before I make a suggestion as to how we might do this?
Really, like working with the same, because the
Sure.
same tactic with, marketing. So it was very difficult to, you know, come in and speak when you find it, you know, you can find diversity in something, and one of the.
Can I just ask, oh, sorry, go on.
Sarah, think about especially intelligence on the topic of information. And again, that's something I want to idea of this,
Yeah, I mean, that's slightly different. It's not uncommon for applicants to bring forward expert evidence at the hearing. But they shouldn't be raising anything today that hasn't already been raised in the documentation. So I'm not expecting to hear anything new. But they're here to explain themselves and answer questions from me in the main.
I too haven't been in isolation. I also haven't been in draft of the EU that places as well.
You correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Hardy, but I think they're on the gov.uk website.
Yes, it'd been on there for a while.
So they are on there. Now look, I did give this some thought before the hearing. I wanted to raise it before we start any substantive discussion. I think it's incumbent upon me as the decision maker to take a decision on the basis of the best possible information, the latest possible information. I'm not going to turn any of this away, because I don't think that's the correct thing to do. Fairness goes both ways. But I am content, opposite like that, to allow some time after the hearing. If there's anything left at the end of today that people feel they need to come back on, in the interest of fairness, I'm quite happy to allow for follow-up material that I've requested, those are the words I use, within an agreed timescale after the hearing closes. But I would make the point that, as far as I'm concerned, anyway, this has to be done in a certain way. So we'll talk about these matters this morning as far as we can. If people at the end of the hearing are still feeling that, you know, they're not quite happy that they've had a fair go at it, and material that came in late, I'm willing to allow some time for those to be addressed in writing after the hearing closes. But what I will do, and what I think it's right to do, is once the submission is taken in, I'm going to give the applicant the opportunity to respond to anything that's in there. And at that point, that will be it. I will close submissions and proceed to a decision. Do you have anything to say about that? Yeah. I think that would be the fairest way to deal with it in everyone's interest. But when we come to the end of the hearing today, let's agree a list of headings of what we can address. It's not an opportunity to have another go at aspects that we can talk about fully today, landscape, heritage, whatever. But if there are matters around site selection, the technicalities, the report that was submitted about the technicals of the array, the legal cases, I doubt very much whether we'll need to address those. They're all familiar with that. But if there is anything that's agreed, the list of headings, and they would agree a timetable at the end of any proceedings today, so that they can be addressed in writing.
You might want to comment on the relevance of the that would be an area for them.
Yeah, yeah, I don't want to sort of be too prescriptive. I want, essentially, I want to be fair because the process needs to be, but it needs to be fair to everybody. So, I'll be as open-minded about it as I can. Let's say, go on.
Looking at recruiting mainly to present and ultimately
Well, yeah, I understand. Should that be normally I would say something like 14 days. Well, what would your suggestion be? What would you suggest?
6 to 8 weeks.
Mr. Hardy, would you ever be part of that?
6 to 8 weeks is a very long time, haven't it? Normally, it is 14 days. In relation to the, just take these in order. If there are going to be responses to the legal cases and the appeal decisions, there's no reason why that can't go 14 days. If there are going to be submissions, it may be that that's for a lawyer or whatever, but that's fine. The representations which have been made, they've been in the topical instance, but I can't see why that would take on 14 days. The site selection report is the only document, but I can't personally see why that it would involve employing the consultant. It's not, I think, well, it wouldn't be appropriate to have 6 or 8 weeks to employ, say, an heritage consultant or a landscape consultant. I don't think that's right. So it would be to respond to the site selection report. That might involve a consultant, although I doubt it. So I would have thought 2 weeks, 3 weeks is going to be sufficient. The report on the panels is it is what it is. I'm not sure if what you've explained some of the technical language today. That is what it is. It's, I can't see that taking more than 2 or 3 weeks. So 2 weeks preferably. If 21 days was thought to make a difference, yes, I'd be objectively 6 or 8 weeks. It puts it back to you.
I think from my point of view, yeah.
Taking 2 weeks. So it's just trying to take into account the time of year to ensure that we have ample time to review those new materials. And it may be that following that review, you haven't got a lot to say, but it would be nice to be ensure that can be say there is fair.
And in terms of fairness, we would have had 6 weeks that has been submitted on time. There was no reason why this had to let people shouldn't have been handed in on 6 weeks.
Well, look, I'm going to put it to one side for now. I mean, from my point of view, if I tell my masters in Bristol that I've agreed 6 to 8 weeks for a submission on something, questions will be asked of me because there are strict timetables within which these matters are meant to be dealt with. But can we just get to the point where we understand what the headings will be? Because I'm certainly not talking about heritage or landscape or anything like that. And I tend to agree with Mr. Hardy. It's probably only the site selection report that might raise any issue. But you know, I've got an open mind. I'm not going to sort of cut that, say that right now. Let's have the discussion, and before we go to the hearing, let's agree what the headings are, and let's agree what a reasonable time might be. Bearing in mind is that we've got the break coming up. Can we do that? Good. That's very helpful. Thank you. Right. After that, I think we can get on with the speakers. Now, my case officer has given me a list that I went through earlier. Now, these hearings are quite unusual. Normally, what I would do is we have a structured discussion, deal with it heading by heading. But as I understand these hearings, the way these hearings work, is that we start with members of the public, we want parish councils, ward members, consultancies, that sort of thing. And then we get to the local planning authority, and then we finish with the applicant. And then I think I'm supposed to ask my questions, but my preference would be, if I have questions, I'll ask them at the end of each submission, if that's okay. So I think when I circulated my agenda, I suggested, because I didn't know how many people would want to speak, I suggested 3 minutes for members of the public, 5 minutes for parish councils, 30 minutes for the planning authority, and 30 minutes for the applicant. But I do feel a bit uncomfortable about cutting people off in that way, because I think it goes to fairness, and we haven't got that many people who want to speak, so I don't see the need to say 3 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever. We're going to take a view. But if you can all have in mind that let's be sensible about it, and people talking for an hour and a half about something probably isn't going to assist, but if it takes 10 minutes, well, it takes 10 minutes. I'm not going to put time on, is what I'm saying in simple terms. But at the same time, I think it does. If time starts to dry out, we'll intervene and ask if it can be brought to a swift flow. Good. Who would like to go first? I've got no.
So just before we do, one procedural matter I'd like to pick up, and it comes from the issue report. And on there, it refers to a site area of 71.58 hectares. That was the site area of the original application before the field, which lies to the west, which has got roughly and it was removed. So that was done pre-ES. So the site area is actually 65.84 hectares. Just trying to be as given the history as precise as possible. So with the field removed, the application site is now 65.84 hectares.
Thank you, that's very helpful. I'm probably taking that number off my colleagues. That's usually for you. This goes to show, doesn't it? Good. Anything else procedural? Good. Who would like to speak first? I've got no. You go on.
Yeah, that's interesting. Sorry, I don't know. Yes. So the field with roughly in it, that's been removed. That's
the reason for the discrepancy in the hectares.
Good. I'm grateful. I've been brought to my attention that couldn't get anything wrong. Yeah, you're welcome. Go on. Can I just ask before you start, do you have speaking notes that you're able to leave with me, or I did good.
carry on. Is this working?
Yeah.
Great. Inspector, I've lived in Scotland for 20 years and moved up from Ealing to tranquility of the area around here. I'm also a parish council member, and I just want to elaborate on the joint parish council submission on 8th of January. About I think states the case against this development problem. So we can all agree that we want to reduce carbon emissions. The government's UK food security report in 2021 noted, as we all know, that carbon in the atmosphere continues to rise. This will lead to wetter winters, they said in 2021, and I think the winter we just had, it seemed to show that that is accurate, and hotter summers. What that means is that farming yields will go down. The UK today produces just under half of the food on our plates. We export some things like whiskey, so the economic value that we produce is 60% of the food we need. But actually what we need is just under half. Is it sensible for national security and economic reasons to reduce the amount of farming when yields are likely to reduce? It seems to me that common sense is that food security is more important for the British population than carbon neutrality. Solar energy is produced energy. The X-Links project, recently endorsed by the government, will lay a 3,800 kilometre cable from Morocco. The company estimates there will be a 13% energy loss on that 3,800 kilometre journey. If we have to put solar panels on land rather than say on buildings, let's use land that is not agriculturally productive. Terra, which is a very large company with very large resources nationwide and internationally, has looked at sites within 3,000 meters of the substation. Why has Terra not undertaken a more extensive review? They claim power loss is crucial in that decision. I have read the report this morning, and that's the crucial factor, is power loss. It seems to me they could take some lessons from excellence. There are considerable quantities of land that have lower or zero agricultural yields around the country, actually fairly close to in the southeast, as Terra well known. These sites might have a more costly connection to the grid, though you can connect power lines as well as the substation, which might have an effect on profit. But surely it's better for our national security. In terms of local interest, this development is just the next in cumulative industrialization of our area. Our rural community is being ruined through an industrial siege. Current battery and substation is just the first. There are 3 more batteries with open connections for the national grid allowed connections. And there's another couple of solar arrays planned. We would like to keep the views and tranquility of the real field. There are many downsides of this development in the local community. The national interest is in food security, which trumps net living. This application should be rejected. And I have one more point, please. The national grid grants connections to its infrastructure on a first come, first booked basis. It seems to me it would be a terrific result of this hearing if you were able to send a message to the national grid. They want to help the country to meet its renewable energy aspirations. They should grant connections to those companies that have identified the most suitable site, not the first to go.
Thank you. So if only my influence went that far, well, yeah, perhaps. Sorry, I should have asked you to give me your name before starting. Thank you. And I don't know what to, if people, well, if you're happy to just hand me your speaking notes. Thank you. There's nothing particular I'd like to ask in terms of questions from me, so whoever would like to go next can go next.
Before we leave today, would the council be able to provide a photocopy? I don't know whether you've got copy, because you've got copying facility, so we've got a hard copy to take away. If that, yeah.
Go ahead, if you introduce yourself first to the hearing, then carry on.
Good morning, my name is Don Arnell. I have lived in Berden for more than 50 years and I am a member of the general public. There is no technical need to connect a solar farm directly to the national grid. Solar farms of this size can be connected to the high voltage network. A solar farm which is more than 4 kilometres away in the public connection remains financially viable. The recently approved 40 megawatt solar farm at Cutler's Green in Thatchley illustrates this point. Government policy promotes the generation of renewable energy on rooftops. This is evident from the recent changes to permitted development rights in relation to rooftop solar on commercial buildings. A recent report by CPRE confirms that installing solar panels on rooftops, car parks could generate up to 50 gigawatts of energy, thereby contributing more than half of the national target for solar energy. Recent changes to the National Planning Policy Framework that the government now places increased emphasis on the use of best and most versatile land. National Policy Statement EM3 also stresses the need to avoid the use of the MV land. The applicant has given no consideration to using Port 18, which can be found in abundance to the south, west and east, as the colleague mentioned. This development will provide no benefit to the local community. The reverse is true. The community will lose the benefit of the views across the countryside, which can be enjoyed from footpaths across the site. According to the applicant, its development will produce enough electricity for 15,200 homes. On this basis, 1 megawatt of installed capacity can power 304 houses. Well, Uppersford already has approved 203 megawatts of ground-mounted solar. This is more than any other local authority in Essex. Based on the applicant's calculations, this is enough to power 66,700 homes. But in 2021, Uppersford only had 38,700 homes. So we don't need any more. The temporary nature of this proposal should also be given no weight. I refer you to the comments of Mr. Parker, who refused Elm Springs Solar Farm. He notes that 40 years is a considerable length of time for solar arrays to be present. Given this duration, Mr. Parker concludes that the proposed development should be seen as a permanent feature rather than a temporary. Based on the recently recovered appeal in relation to the solar farm at Gaping, Northampton, it is evident that the Minister seems to agree with this view. I would ask that you refuse this application. That's targeted at 3 minutes.
And appeal decision referred to in that representation, that's the case called Berden. That was a Secretary of State decision from last week. That is not independent. And do you want a copy? I would have thought if it's been referred to you.
Yeah, correctly, if it has been referred to, then I obviously, I'm not aware of that because I don't want, well, I don't keep myself necessarily reading Secretary of State decisions or appeal decisions. I simply don't have the time to do that. I'm not supposed to anyway. Really. But yes,
I didn't do that in UK, but it's referred by members, but we can help that. Get a copy out.
yeah, well, let's put it on the list to be provided post event, and then it'll already be out there, so I could find it, but it's probably better if it's put in and added to a list that we already have, so everyone's aware of what's on our website. I'll be interested to see the precise wording of that. But yeah, I read what my colleague said, like I said, and it was something that I wanted to ask about later. But fine. Who wants to go next?
My name is Jo Van my name is Lieutenant. I worked really hard to get this down to 3 minutes. It's really half an hour, so I'm going to try to do it more.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't, but yeah, once I realised I'd done that, it was done with the best intent.
Yeah, well, I was going to share the video, but now my colleague Rose is going to share it instead, so that it will be on the nose, I hope. So I live in Stockton-Pelham, and my house is very close to the site, and my particular concern is around the issue of noise, particularly the frequency noise, which has been highlighted by both Uppersford and East Park Environmental Health. During the previous hearings of this application, Uppersford Environmental Health argued that noise resulting from the proposed development would be a real issue for local residents, stating the only way to mitigate low frequency noise would be to cover the noise reducing equipment with concrete structures, which would surely undermine the temporary nature of this development. In the 2022 African appeal, noise was a material consideration. The inspector noted that there would be inverted positions throughout the scheme, which would produce a humming noise when operating in operation. At several locations, these are close to public footpaths where the noise, especially when the inverters are under low frequency sunny weather, would add to the visual impact of the panels and the visitor's experience. Protect the Pelhams and Stockley Pelham Parish Council commissioned an acoustic report from RBA Acoustics from 2023 in order to understand the impact of the noise generated by the existing substation and the Terra battery. And to prepare have any further noise reducing collaterals such as the Berden Hall solar farm likely to impact residents of Stockley Pelham. At no point has Terra undertaken a noise assessment at any of residents of Stockley Pelham, with the exception of the Crab Green Farm, to assess the impact of their development on nearby receptors. The addresses or sectors used are mostly in Oxford and further away than the properties on the Hertfordshire border of the application, such as My House, Burway, and also Dello, which is just literally across the road, which would surely be seen as a significant oversight. The applicant's acoustic consultants used data which was used for their battery storage application in 2016. Therefore, the noise levels used in this assessment are not specific to plant items or are in any way accurate. Further analysis should have been undertaken with plant-specific noise data to ensure predictions are representative of each proposal. The RBA acoustic report raises concerns in relation to information given by the applicant, which is in some cases inaccurate and has many oversight. RBA acoustics agree with environmental health that the applicant's noise report lacks sufficient information to adequately assess the noise impact of the development. Failure to include a number of key receptors in Stockley Pelham located close to proposed noisy plant items like inverters and transport noise is important. The application as well adds to noise proof in the local area. The assessment taken at Crabtree Farm cannot be used in isolation as the property benefits from the degree of acoustic screening, unlike other receptors in Stockley Pelham. Further analysis should be undertaken to predict full frequency, which is not being considered in the applicant's assessments. So I was going to share a video at this point, but Rose is going to share it instead, which will give you an indication of what kind of noise we're going to be dealing with, and it's going to send me literally off the edge, because the battery already sends me off the edge. But essentially, there are no benefits to this development for the local community. There's only detriments. This is greenwashing at the highest level, and it's just about making money for the landowner and developer. The effect on the community before this has, just during this whole application process, has been horrendous. And the stress and toll on our mental health has been huge and cannot be underestimated. If it goes ahead, it's even worse. So, I just wanted to say that.
Okay, I'll just ask a couple of things. I'm obviously showing a video that I'm quite happy to see it. No problem. But one is always slightly careful about whether if you're intending to use that to show me what noise is like. I'm wondering whether a video is a fair reflection or like that. And why I would think that's an example of the solar farm in actually working. So why wouldn't that be? Well, I'll watch it and listen to it. You didn't know disregard it. Well, no. I'm not being difficult. I'm just trying to say that. If let's put it like this, if and when I visit site, if I'm in the vicinity of where you live, when I'm doing my site, will I be able to hear the battery system in operation?
Right. But if you were there at night, you'd be able to hear it even better.
Yeah, because background noise.
Okay. And of course, you have to assume they haven't turned it off, but sometimes it does get turned off.
Right. So is it a constant noise?
Yeah, but it depends on which way the wind blows, and whether we're not in, the atmospheric conditions. But it is noisy. I mean, at night, it can wake you up. It does wake me up occasionally. It's like a laugh. It's like a very low. And once you hear it, you then cannot unhear it.
Well, look, I'll happily work with you, but if I'm going to make a finding on that, or probably rely on what I hear.
Sure, but that's so you'll hear what you hear, which is there, but this would be what you would then hear as well as that. My point.
Yes. I do understand that, but I'm also noise doesn't necessarily work in that way, does it?
No, but
Noise, but noise.
But we have obviously provided with a specific
Yeah,
form
sure.
of details, so in, no, you know, that they given you those types in certain areas.
All I'm doing, probably, I'm not saying wrong, it's just interesting, but, and, one thing to understand what this is, but, thank you.
Could I make a suggestion? We have a solar site in operation in Thetford. I don't know whether maybe visiting that separately might give you also a kind of example of an operative solar scheme and the way that they goes generated from that.
Sure. Yeah, it's not something I'm familiar with. I've sort of raised before, and dealt with when noise has been an issue. But yeah, what I want to understand is the precise relationship between a dwelling and solar farms like that. You know, I'll happily add it to my list because obviously we'll see what time we finish today, but yeah, that's helpful. For the full start, are you able to, and you're speaking?
I send them to you.
Yeah, I'm not worried about scrutiny, it's really, as long as everyone gets a copy of them, and there's nothing libelous or difficult in that aspect of it. Thank you very much. Into the pilot, just makes it administratively. Who'd like to go next? Yeah, Karen.
So my name is Rosie, and I'm speaking with an interested party within one shopping code. What I'd like to do now is for Joe to play this noise, this video, which will give you an idea on the noise that can be associated with the solar farm, which would be an additional to the current noise levels that you know here today.
Oh, hang on, sorry, I've just got my very attractive, where is it? I know it's on here, I can't look at it. Hang on, sorry, I'm so sorry, it's so untechnical, it's unbelievable. Yeah.
I'm not very enough.
Oh,
10 years ago, 10 acres of solar panels,
no, it's not working.
was the wettest part. And the wettest part, well, obviously it's the best thing, wildlife and biodiversity. The water attracts insects and that. But since these panels have been installed, I've observed I've observed complete attrition. The opposite of what goes for they say that the panels provide 5% the opposite. Especially now, because all around infrastructure is the very infrastructure.
If we move that, this one, my one, it's my one, isn't it? Sorry.
a certain picture of noise. So, I think what the point that we're trying to make in that video is that, you shouldn't underestimate the impact of solar developments, not just on the biodiversity, as that chap mentioned, but also the noise that these developments and their associated infrastructure make. I doubt if anybody in this room is against renewable energy. I'm certainly not anti-solar. I've had panels retrofitted on my roof. I've replaced our oil boiler with an air heat source pump. Technology, however, is advancing so quickly, particularly around solar panels. Why cover our fields with clunky, outdated technology when we need that land to stay in food production? Solar energy in 2024 is going through a paradigm shift in how we capture that energy, from various building integrated photovoltaics or BITBs, such as flexible lightweight solar skins for existing buildings, solar roof tiles, transparent solar panels replacing windows, to highly efficient floating solar farms, all saving space on the land. The UK is already one of the most densely populated countries. We don't need additional unnecessary pressure on land availability. In 10 years' time, we, our children, grandchildren, will be looking around and thinking, why? You saw from the video the absence of wildlife after only 10 years. It's just the wrong location for a development of this nature. I therefore invite the inspector to refuse permission on the long-lasting detrimental effects such as solar development would have in relation to biodiversity, noise impact, and our ability to feed ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have your notes? Is the link embedded in
Yeah.
it's on your, thank you. No, that's fine. If I've got a link and everybody else has the link, and everybody else can see it too.
Just write it down and say no need to reference to your problem.
Okay. Go on. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
My name is Catherine Armstrong, I'm a Berden resident and a long-term member of the RCD. I consider the harm to biodiversity outweighs benefits to proposed development, which will adversely affect several protected species and eroded birds. My objection is fully supported by both the RSPB and support value RSPB local group. The local group strongly opposed the application by submitting a significant number of objections, and that petition remains unchanged. My speech is fully referenced, so I make a number of assertions. A large active badger set lies within community boundary line. The driving of around 500,000 piles in close proximity is bound to disturb these animals, which is, you'll be aware, some local authorities insist on safeguarding the first construction zone. Post-construction security fences will disrupt their foraging and commuting routes. The site heavily used by dog walkers and in practice small mammal games will have to be kept locked to stop dogs near. At least 3 species of bat have been big on and close to the poultry site. At Berden solar farm in Wales has been a 95 to 100% reduction in bat activity post-construction. The site is home to breeding pairs of skylark, a red-listed bird, and UK biodiversity action plan priority species. Skylark will not nest within 25 metres of full structure, which explains why there are no recorded examples of skylark nesting in solar arrays in the UK. Regardless of the national undertaking from the landowners, the mitigation proposed by the applicant is inadequate for reasons already highlighted by Berden County Council. In summary, the skylark mitigation plots were designed by the RSPB to provide compensatory foraging for birds impacted by changing cereal farming practices. They do not work as nesting plots. Skylark exhibit strong nest-side fidelity, and research shows it will not shift from existing territory, not least because suitable nearby sites will be colonised already, with no room for newcomers. But the likelihood that the solar farm will cause local extinction of this species. The applicant's other mitigation is equally problematic. Community hedging since at least 12 years mature and can't compensate for loss of existing habitat. Arable farmland being increasingly recognised as important to many native species, including brown hare, harvest mouse, and barn owl, which are present on or near the site. While flower meadows are notoriously tricky to establish, being overtaken by dominant grass species without careful management. In summary, the development is intended to help solve the climate crisis, but it ignores the nature crisis. As Gwent Wildlife Trust puts it, you can't destroy the environment to save the environment. I therefore urge you to use the application.
Thank you. I have a copy of the notes that would be very helpful. Okay. That would just it. Okay.
My name is Sarah Wright. I'm a resident, local resident. Paragraph 180 of the NPPF requires that planning decisions should recognise the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. Uttership Policy S7 also states that the development should only be allowed where its appearance protects or enhances the particular character of the countryside within which it is set. If there are special reasons why such development needs to be in that location. A number of recent appeal decisions confirm that Uttership Policy S7 should be afforded significant weight. The landscape and visual effects of the proposed development conflict with both local and national planning policies and are unacceptable. This conflict provides from the intrinsic scale of the development and the sensitivity of the site, particularly in relation to its openness, its representativeness of the character type, and its relationship to the many footpaths which cross the site. The Uttership Landscape Character Assessment concludes that the area is of moderate to high sensitivity to change. The site would be transformed from a parcel of farmland into a large-scale energy installation and would infill the landscape gap between Stocking Pelham and Berden almost completely. The visual impact of the development will be enormous, both at close range from the numerous footpaths and local views and from a distance. The impact of this on the mental health and well-being of the many residents and proud users in our community should neither be dismissed nor underestimated. The cost to us is lifelong and multi-generational. Protective Pelham commissioned a report from Peter Radmore, a consultant landscape planner experienced in landscape and visual impact assessment. Mr. Radmore comments that the attributes such as openness, tranquility and historic integrity are intrinsically of high sensitivity and observes that the character of the local area remains that of attractive countryside in which historic land use and settlement patterns are legible. Mr. Radmore also concludes the effect of the development on the countryside gap between the two villages to be potentially moderate to major adverse, given the cumulative increase in the influence of energy infrastructure. The viewpoints chosen by the applicant are highly selective and views from footpaths have been omitted. The only view supplied from footpath 21 looks westwards and does not take account of the impact on views looking eastward towards the church, the Grade 1 listed building. The applicant itself acknowledges that planting hedgerows is insufficient to mitigate the visual impact of its proposed development from all views. The view from footpath 26 as it heads north from Ginny Road is still set by the applicant as moderate adverse in summer. Statira refer to their battery storage system at Stocking Pelham in their planning development statement. This development has still not met view mitigation conditions 7 years after completion. I urge you to refuse permission for Berden Hall Solar. Thank you. And you want the copy of that? Thank you. I'm Sarah Young, and I'm speaking on item 5 of the issue report, which covers the effect of the proposal on highway safety. The developer has prepared a third version of their construction management plan, which, as you now know, was only made public hours before the hearing last year. Technicals have subsequently commissioned Railton PLC, which is a leading traffic consultant with over 30 years of experience in traffic in public and private sector projects, to comment on the document. I submitted this report in writing before the deadline of January, and would like to remind all this of the principal issues raised in the report. It is a concern that this plan, the security plan, has not been prepared by a recognised transport or highway specialist. It is not attributed or rated and does not demonstrate proper understanding of the conventional approaches to transport and environmental impact. Assumptions made by the developer are not supported by evidence, records of highway safety are not there, and the proposed mitigation methods are not conventionally scrutinised. No transport statement has been produced despite it being an initial requirement. Railton's review of the crash map website revealed 20 personal injuries road traffic accidents along the proposed route over the last 5 years. This information is not been used to inform any part of the security plan. The new traffic plan produced by the developer proposes directing HGV vehicles to type 2011 along a circular route that will travel through the heart of 7 environmental villages on the way to the site and 4 villages on the way back. The proposed circular one-way route may reduce the risk of construction vehicles meeting each other, but does not remove the risk of these vehicles on road users, including cars, cyclists, pedestrians, and the country. Construction vehicles will have to negotiate the busy static Manchester High Street, historic London, Newport High Street, with a very, very dangerous junction with Brooklyn Road. Enclosing is passing on a narrow carriageway bordered by narrow footways and the village's primary school. The residents of Berden will be seriously impacted as two-way traffic is proposed through the village. The construction route passes the village hall is only accessible by walking along narrow sections of carriageway, no footways, verges, and steep banks, with a blind bend at one end and a blind crest at the other. No account of taking private drives accessing this road, that adds to the potential congestion of the village. Manningham in particular is a highly sensitive village, with on-street parking, narrow and absent footways. There are listed buildings of significant historical interest overhanging the carriageway, tight bends with restricted forward visibility, and a busy primary school. There is a lack of transparency in the approach adopted by the preparer to calculate the trip duration information provided, and the accuracy of the numbers therefore needed for consideration. Including this proposal, there are 4 major solar developments around the Pella substation. Each will generate a wide number of construction vehicles. The applicant has suggested an agreement can be reached to coordinate them. It is not clear how this would be achieved or enforced. The developer acknowledges there are 2 rights of way that pass through the site, and a further right of way that could be impacted by those ones. This sounds like it could be a significant understatement and has great potential risk to pedestrians. I urge you to refuse permission to develop on the grounds that the applicant has not provided sufficient or acceptable information on highway safety for development. The potential risk for local residents is therefore significant and unacceptable.
Thank you. Can I just ask, you're aware of my colleagues' initial decision on this case, and I know it is probably no sort of input. I noticed that what my colleague did was attack a condition suggesting that a detailed revised CTMP, construction traffic management plan, had to be submitted. And for the approval of the local planning authority, that it had to be adhered to throughout the construction period. Would that be something that would assist? Is that not something?
Well, obviously, we haven't chosen the committee, but 75% is an acceptable level of the disability, 75 that.
That's useful to know. Can I just ask the local planning authority, when you have conditions like that attached to things, is it normal for the council to consult if you've got a revised construction traffic management plan in submitted, for example, would you publicise it so that people could comment?
We were doing with consult county council, and depending on where it's located, it's affected. Yeah, major infrastructure routes and national highways.
That's helpful, thank you. Can I have your
I did a submission with lots of pictures of those various pinch points and stuff.
My name is Georgina Homer. I'm a director of Berden. I consider that the harm of the proposed development substantially outweighs the benefits. Proposed development would not accord with the proposed plan and would also conflict with significant parts of national planning policy, including those contained in the framework. The applicant refers to various decisions of the planning inspector has found that significant weight should be given to solar generation projects. However, the sites which are the subject of these decisions are very different to current sites. Even if weight should be given to the benefits of solar generation, as the inspector commented in 2023 field, policy and guidance related to renewable energy does not confer an automatic approval. I'm told that you have statutory to have special regard for the desirability of preserving and setting of social justice. The MPPF also states that any harm to the significance of the heritage asset should be given great weight. More importantly, assets, the greater the weight should be. Grade 1 and grade 2 values of buildings are assets of the high. I was on stand for the deal, said that any harm to the significance of designated heritage assets results in a strong presumption of any crime. Proposed development would result in less than substantial harm to the setting of 5 heritage, including a grade 1 listed church, grade 2 star listed Berden and the scheduled monument at Crump. The Crump is one of only 200 recorded examples of normal living works. Proposed development will result in the loss of 114 acres of BMP land. In the 2023 land use appeal, the inspector concluded that the loss of only 75 acres of BMP land, mostly grade 3A, was a significant negative aspect of the proposal, which weighed heavily against the development. Oxford's landscape character assessment states that the Berden and Farnham Shore Upland, being an area of moderate to high sensitivity to change. The infilling effect of solar farm will reduce the appearance of open fields and reduce the countryside gap between Stocking, Pelham and Berden by up to 90%. We've also had evidence of the damage to local species, including skylarks, which are red listed birds. For obvious reasons, the current site is very similar to the site proposed for Pelham Frankston Farm. Both sites will be seen when standing in the front. Given the importance of consistency in planning decisions, the refusal by Penns to grant permission for Pelham's Solar Farm is a material consideration which must carry great weight. The conclusion of the inspector regarding Pelham Spring was that the benefits of the renewable energy scheme did not outweigh the harms to character and appearance, landscape, affecting designated heritage assets, archaeological remains, loss of BMB land, highway safety, biodiversity, and noise. I urge you to refuse permission for this development.
Thank you. I think I noted down that you referred to 5 heritage assets that you thought there was harm to them. I don't know whether it was mine, no, it's all.
I only listed 3 because I have a 3-minute limit and I can let you go with the other 2.
I'll have to pick that up in a moment, so
I'm 100% of that. I just want to be sure.
Just prove that right, but to get inside that 3 minutes, it can still, push sharp.
Yes, well, it's yeah, I need to know the ones that you're talking about because yeah, not taking them all into account is just the dangerous part that's not touching the correct sort of weight of it. So, yeah, so we're going to come to that.
That's great. No, no,
Say, in response to some of the points made there that and I've seen it in other submissions, there's no automatic presumption in favour of renewable energy, but I think that's absolutely correct. It's a case by case matter because the balance of benefits against harm will always be different. You can't attach the same findings to different sites, but I would say there's no automatic presumption in favour, but there's no automatic presumption against either. There's always that balance between the two, and that would be the way I approach it. If there is a decision very close by, obviously one would have to pay attention to that, because the finding is there. And I do want to come on to talk about that decision a bit later on, when I was questioning at the end. But I've got your notes. Thank you. Who would like to go next?
Okay,
Yeah.
Morning. I'm Dr. Richard Hoggett. I'm a freelance heritage consultant with 25 years experience in the academic, commercial and local authority heritage sectors. I'm a member of the Chartered Institute for Archaeologists and elected fellow of the Society of Antiquaries of London. And I'm speaking today at the invitation of and on behalf of Berden Parish Council. In July 2022, I was commissioned by Professor Helland to critically review the heritage impact of the planning application for the development of the ground bank solar farm. As you know, so the original application is supported by a heritage statement by RPS, which was later absorbed into a full environmental statement dated November 2022. The environmental statement includes an addendum to the heritage statement, which is their appendix 6.1. My own assessment was completed in August 2022, that's before you started the submission from the panel. District Council Historic Buildings and Conservation Violence-Based Services commented on the application on the 11th of August 2022 and the 8th of March 2023. Historic England has commented on the application on the 26th of August 2022 and the 18th of January 2023. All those before you as well, so remind you of their content, so they were not represented by all of those today. As a result of my own heritage impact assessment, I conclude that the dramatic change of landscape character which is brought about by the proposed development from the current and the historical agricultural character to that of a landscape of industrialised energy production on a large scale, a techscape is the word that Inspector Parker used for the latest application. It will have an adverse impact on a number of highly graded designated heritage assets located in the east of the site. Specifically, these are the scheduled monument known as Crump, the Grade 1 is the Church of St Nicholas, and the Grade 2 star listed Berden Hall. Those are the three main ones. Just to pick up on the point of the 5 there, we also have the Grade 2 listed granary, which is associated with Berden Hall, separately listed but within its ground. And we also have a building called the Crump, as well as the scheduled monument called the Crump, which is listed at Grade 2. Then the amendment to the site boundary has reduced the impact on the Crump listed building, which we accept. So the scheduled monument known as the Crump is located 300 metres to the east of the site. The submitted environmental statement identifies that the construction of the solar farm will cause a change to the setting of this medieval brickwork and concludes that this results in effects of minor adverse significance equating to less than substantial harm at the lower end of the scale. In their consultation response to the 18th of January 2023, Historic England, so the statutory advisor on scheduled monuments, indicate that they consider that the development will result in harm that would be less than substantial and in their quotes, at least moderate in scale. They state that the agrarian and undeveloped landscape contributes to the significance of the settled monument, despite the distances between the sites and the monument itself, and that the monument draws a considerable amount of significance from how it is experienced in its historical landscape setting, which is preserved partly within the current site. My own assessment records with its conclusion, and as an aside of notes that I note as well, we'll come on to Inspector Parker's opinion, which states very much the same as paragraph 29 and 30 about the importance to this specific monument of its historic landscape character. And we can discuss that later perhaps. In addition to the scheduled monument, several listed buildings stand in close proximity to the site, and the proposed development area forms part of their setting. Regarding the likely impact on the Grade 1 listed church of St Nicholas, the environmental statement concludes that the development will have a neutral impact on the setting of the church, which in planning terms equates to causing no harm. However, in their consultation response to the 8th of March 2023, Place Services, Council Advisor on Heritage Matters, conclude that the proposed development will cause less than substantial harm to the setting and significance of the Grade 1 church. Likewise, I also conclude that the proposed solar farm will result in less than substantial harm to the setting of the church, due to the industrialisation of the landscape which surrounds it, and in particular, the severance of long views of the church which are recorded from the west, and I would urge you to consider those in your own site visits there. In addition to the Grade 2 start, the listed Berden Hall stands to the south of the parish church. The submitted environmental statement again, it identifies the historical connection between the church and the land of the site itself. There's a demonstrable manorial relationship there. But it again concludes that the proposed development would have a neutral impact on the significance of the hall, causing no harm. Again, the council's advisors of Place Services and my own assessment disagree with this conclusion, with both of us concluding that the proposed development will result in less than substantial harm to the setting and significance of the Grade 2 listed Berden Hall, and that this falls towards the lower end of the scale. So in conclusion, as scheduled monuments, Grade 1 and Grade 2 style buildings, these heritage assets are among the highest categories of designation and are of national significance. Under then paragraph 202, now paragraph 208 of the MPCF, this harm needs to be weighed against the public benefits of the development. And then under paragraph then 197, now 203 of the MPCF, when considering the impacts of the proposed development, great weight needs to be given to both assets conservation, and more important, the asset, the greater this weight. I'll teach you that.
No, I'm just checking.
I believe those are the updated numbers.
Yeah.
Likewise, section 661 of the planning list building conservation area Act 1990 and subsequent legal judgments indicate that this harm is given considerable importance and weight when carrying out planting exercise. The detrimental effect on setting the scheduled monuments listed building also means that the proposed development is at odds with policies ENV2 and ENV4 of the upper district plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. It's always as well to get an understanding of the landscape analysis and other things are the key. But this aspect of proposal like this can be tricky. So that's why I want to know all the assets that would be planned and what you suggest would be the issue, and you've explained why you think the change in the setting of those assets would affect their significance because of the way they sit in an agrarian landscape. That's what I've noted down here.
And you've got my full working report.
Yeah, that's helpful.
I have, that's probably, I've gone slightly off script, but
No.
the version is new.
Thank you. Thank you. I have been picking people off. Is there anyone, there are a few left, aren't there? It's got members of the public board. Okay, go ahead.
My name is Rita Summon and I'm speaking on behalf of Sutton Pelham Parish Council. The applicant has determined that 72% of the site complied with BNB land. Bucklefoot policy ENV5 states that the development of BNB land will only be permitted where opportunities have been assessed for accommodating development on previously developed sites. It adds that where development on agricultural land is required, developers should seek to use areas of poorer quality. This text is consistent with the NPPF. An updated version of the NPPF was published in 2023. As previously, the NPPF recognises the economic and other benefits of BNB. However, footnote 62 now places increased emphasis on the use of agricultural land for food production. The importance of protecting BNB land in the context of solar development is also emphasised in the PPG on renewables and low carbon energy. Paragraph 13 of the PPG highlights the need to focus large-scale solar farms on non-agricultural land and requires consideration of whether the use of any agricultural land has been shown to be necessary. If so, poor quality land must be used in preference to higher quality land. The PPG also refers to a written ministerial statement made by Eric Pickles in 2015, in which the minister states that meeting our energy goals should not be used to justify the wrong development in the wrong location, and this includes the unnecessary use of high-quality agricultural land. And also that any proposal for a solar farm involving BNB agricultural land would need to be justified by the most compelling evidence. Written ministerial statements are statements of government policy. The law is clear that they remain in force until expressly withdrawn or modified. Policy ENV5, the NPPF, the PPG, and written ministerial statements are all material considerations for the purposes of Section 70 of the 1990 Act, and all use words which place an evidential burden on the applicant to demonstrate that there are no alternative sites. Previous decisions by the Secretary of State are also material considerations to which regard must be had. In submitted documents, the Protector Pelhams has highlighted a number of decisions which reference the need for the most compelling evidence to justify development on BNB agricultural land, and conclude that the absence of such evidence weighs heavily against the proposal. The recent Darlington appeal confirms that the written ministerial statement remains extant. Last month, the High Court confirmed that the inspector's decision in relation to Darlington was robust. The inspector who determined the Pelham Spring Solar Farm also agreed that the necessity of significant development of BNB agricultural land had not been demonstrated. Whilst this decision was challenged by the developer in the High Court last week, no outcome has been issued. Therefore, for the purposes of this determination, one should proceed assuming that this refusal decision is legally valid. There is a very high bar for using BNB land. However, from the outset, the applicant failed to undertake any assessment of alternative sites. Following Mr. Chair's public consultation on March 21st, 2022, they published and circulated an FAQ document. One of the FAQs they answered was, what other sites did you consider? Their response was, and I quote, none. Soterra Energy has selected this site on its merits alone and believes it is a good site to promote. None. I was very surprised to see their 32-page site selection report, which is not dated, published yesterday on the King's portal, more than 2 years after this clear statement. From section 2.1 in the executive summary, it's clear this site selection is guided by availability of a grid connection and proximity to the substation. The owner of the site owns at least 710 acres of land in Berden, but the applicant does not explain why it failed to consider whether this agricultural land might be of lower quality. They had ample time to extensively sample this and other land beyond the needed 3-kilometre radius. Solar farms do not need to be connected directly to a substation, and the proximity of the site to the national grid is not a material consideration, even if it is only 10 metres. Natural England's ALC map shows significant areas of grade-free land to the west of the site, which is close to the distribution network. The land near Puckeridge along the A10 should also be considered. Recently approved solar farms at Greenwich and Berden also show that suitable grade-free land is available elsewhere in Oxford. The parish council therefore invites the inspector to refuse permission on the grounds that the applicant has failed to demonstrate that the use of BME land is necessary and is contrary to both national and local planning policy. Thank you.
Thank you. I would say, saying that amongst my, if you're trying to come on to at the end of the submission, that there were a few things I wanted to ask about the nature of a site selection process and how that needs to work and what is material to that kind of process. So I do want to ask some questions about that. So I'm interested in what you have to say about it. I was at the public consultation a couple of years ago, and remember having conversations with people who were there at the time. And obviously the FAQ document is very clear that there were no alternative sites considered. It was based on the merits alone. I only literally had a couple of hours, yesterday evening, to go through the site selection report and just picked out some of the points that were relevant in terms of their executive summary, where there was some 3 kilometre radius, but the emphasis is on proximity to the substation and connection to the grid, and that's in section 3.1 of the executive summary. It would propose more time to review that in more detail. Yeah. We can certainly come. Thank you. Can I have a copy of the notes? I think, yeah, I think we've got that. We're coming up to 2012, so I'm going to suggest I had hoped to deal with everybody's, well, not everybody's submissions, but all third party submissions and have a break and then come on to council and I'm going to suggest we have a break in that in quite a while. And I want to review my notes. So I'm going to take a 15-minute break until 5 to 12. And we'll resume then. I think there are still a couple of third-party speakers, aren't there? Yeah. Yeah, so we'll deal with you first when we come back. Okay, until 5 to 12, everyone. Thank you.
I think I've been designated.
So my name is Richard Haynes. I'm a trustee of CPRE, with specific responsibility for the Ashford district. Just by way of background, I'm also an Ashford district councillor and a member of the planning committee. CPRE has been very seriously concerned about this application and other similar applications of solar farms in the surrounding area. We're particularly troubled by the scale and cumulative effect on the landscape of hundreds of acres of solar panels, associated plants concentrated in one area. Our concerns relate to the harm that this will do to the countryside, to the setting of important heritage assets, and to the loss of very substantial areas of highly productive farmland. I don't intend to go into too much detail in relation to the specifics of this proposal. They've been covered and will be covered pretty comprehensively by Protect the Pelhams and the Parish Council. What I'd like to concentrate on is the policy background against which a determination must be made. Ultimately, a decision will be arrived at based on planning balance, the benefit of the scheme weighed against the harm caused by breaching both national and local plan policies. The weight to be given to individual policy breaches and indeed to any benefits of the scheme are to a large extent based on subjective judgment. But there is guidance that can very often be obtained from the wording of the policies themselves, from ministerial statements and from appeal decisions. It is this guidance that I will concentrate on before offering a conclusion with regard to individual weightings and the overall planning balance. Dealing first then with landscape harm, there can be no doubt that this development would have a dramatic impact on the local landscape and that impact would be nothing other than harmful. Minor attempts at mitigation, such as 1 hectare of community woodland, would do nothing to compensate for the harm caused. The NPPF at paragraph 180 refers to protecting and enhancing valued landscapes and recognising the character and beauty of the countryside. We know from the Slag Valley case that to qualify as a valued landscape, the landscape does not need to be designated, but merely to have qualities that takes it out of the ordinary. The fact that this landscape acts as the setting for high classification listed buildings must take it out of the ordinary and into the valued category. This proposal then neither protects nor enhances. The NPPF policies on protecting the natural environment are strong ones, and such a large-scale breach as this must therefore be afforded very considerable weight in the planning balance. Section 38A of the 2004 Act indicates, however, that the starting point for the determination of any planning application is the policies of the development plan, in this case, the uplifted local plan. Policies S7 and ENV9 are the two most relevant local plan policies. S7 has been much debated in appeal decisions, but time and again, inspectors have determined that it is consistent with the wording of the NPPF. I have got a list of some of the most relevant decisions, but I will just quote from one specific example. The recent case of Bullfield at Takeley, I've got the reference here in the printed document, where the inspector, in referring to S7, the S7 requirement that development in the countryside should be limited to that which needs to be there or is appropriate to a rural area. He stated, I disagree that this part is out of date. It is not inconsistent with the desire to recognise the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside, as reflected in NPPF paragraph 174B, but obviously before the changing the numbering. Turning now to the setting of heritage assets, one of the most significant features of this site is the wealth of heritage that surrounds it. The NPPF provides a particularly high level of protection to heritage assets, arguably even more protection than that afforded to the natural environment. Paragraph 205 specifically states that great weight should be given to heritage conservation, and the greater the significance of the heritage asset, the greater the weight. Here, therefore, we have very
specific guidance as to the amount of weight that must be attributed to heritage harm. Despite the applicant playing down both the significance of and the level of harm to the heritage assets, it is unquestionably the case that harm will be caused to a Grade 1 listed building, a 2-star building, a scheduled ancient monument, and several important groups of listed buildings that reflect the historical development of Berden village. They're all heritage assets that reflect, that derive their context and significance from the agrarian landscape in which they are set. It doesn't matter that what level of harm is caused, because paragraph 205 specifically refers to the fact that great weight will be applied irrespective of whether any potential harm amounts to substantial harm, total loss, or less than substantial harm to its significance. Indeed, the statutory review that predicated this second hearing has determined that even negligible harm attracts the great weight referred to in the NPPF. Local Plan Policy ENB2 then states that development affecting listed buildings should be in keeping with the building's scale, character, and surroundings. 100,000 solar panels could hardly be said to meet any of these criteria. Since the harm here is to the setting of heritage assets, it is important to consider Historic England's planning practice at Life Note number 3 in relation to the setting of heritage assets, which identifies the fact that setting is determined by views, and clearly in this case it is views both of and from the designated assets that are so important. Again, it is clear that great weight must be applied to the harm caused by the altered view as well as the altered context. Going now to the loss of best and most versatile land. The Berden land is largely classified as Grade 2 and 3, and as such is best and most versatile. At a time of heightened awareness of global food shortages, we cannot afford to sacrifice our best agricultural land to renewable energy schemes when there are very much better alternatives. Both the NPPF and Local Plan Policy ENB5 states that poorer quality land for development must be given precedence. Here we get the ministerial guidance. Former Secretary of State George Eustace said conclusively that there was a strong presumption against solar farms on best and most versatile land. When a minister talks in Parliament about the presumption, this is a very clear steer to planning committees and inspectors that considerable weight must be given to the issue. Further, both the NPPF and the local plan indicates that a full assessment of possible alternatives must be made. In this case, well, at the time that I was writing this, no such testing, I was unaware of any such testing. We do now appear to have, which I saw last night for the first time, when I was in the middle of a council meeting, there was no chance to consider it then, and I would certainly welcome the opportunity of commenting on it after today's hearing. But the fact is that the initial omission of this, in fact, it was done so far after the event. Great weight, I would consider, needs to be applied to that. A further point is that the applicants have been keen to stress that the loss of farmland and all its attendant consequences is temporary. 40 years cannot be regarded as temporary. Here we have a called-in Secretary of State's decision in relation to the development of Basil Road Tunbridge, and again I've got the reference here, where it's concluded that even 25 years could not be regarded as temporary. So, by way of conclusion, the determination of this application will no doubt be based on planning balance, weighing the benefits against the harm caused. In terms of harm, I've considered the principal issues and identified the policies that relate to them. In all cases, this development will be in breach of those policies. So, in trying to assess the amount of weight that should be applied to those breaches, I thought as much guidance as is available and concluded as follows. In relation to landscape harm, it is clear that national policies in relation to the natural environment are strongly protective, and a breach on this scale must weigh heavily. With regard to local plan policy S7, we have several appeal inspectors who have already applied considerable weight to this policy. In relation to technical harm, the NPPF could not be clearer in saying that great weight should be applied and greater weight in relation to assets of greater significance. In the absence of a World Heritage Site, it would be hard to find heritage assets of such greater significance than those of Berden. In relation to loss of BNB land, we have a ministerial statement indicating a presumption against the use of BNB land for solar farms. And we have a Secretary of State decision that 40 years is not a temporary loss. This must imply that great weight should be applied to breaches to both national and local policy in relation to the use of BNB land. On the other side of the scale, there can be no denying that the production of renewable energy is a benefit, but solar farms are not the solution. We're told that this development will provide sufficient energy for 15,200 homes. It may have the capacity, the theoretical capacity to do that, but sadly it will never achieve it. The sun shines at best for only half the day, making solar farms probably the most inefficient form of electricity generation. In fact, the solar's efficiency rating in terms of what it exports to the grid has been estimated at between 11% and 15%, which compares with 50% plus for offshore wind. It is clear, therefore, that only limited weight can be applied to the benefit of this particular option. Planning permission was recently granted for 200,000 square metres of commercial and industrial space at Stansted Airport, which is to be constructed such that solar panels can be fitted to the roofs. That is where solar can play a part in the provision of green energy, where it leaves no scars on our landscape, nor destroys the setting of our heritage assets, nor takes large swathes of agricultural land out of food production. On that basis, I would suggest that the harm caused by this development very significantly outweighs the benefits, and I strongly urge you to review the commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. That's very. There are a few things in there that I'm going to come back on a bit later in the question, but I'll do that then.
I was just about to say, being the authorities and fields kind of watchmen, there are decisions there. I didn't catch the full names, but I think it's Belfield totally, and there was another one in
Full field take, yes,
yeah, is that an appeal decision?
it's a second 62A.
We'll get those, if we could have the full details, and I'll add those to the list.
Yeah.
The other one was that I think the case law on value landscape. I think you refer to that.
Which is it's the Gladden one down as well.
I was going to say
There
are 2 or 3 of those. I think you're familiar with them. So I don't know whether you want, but the other one sort of strand is the CPG decision and the Forest and Dean decision. We could probably put those 3 onto the list.
You help me put. I know there's some references. Yeah, there are some references there. But I mean, if we've got a bit more time, it seems really probably have.
We just have part of that.
Yeah, we did that.
Or you address the hearing that other address. Thank you. Carry on.
Good morning, sir, and thank you for allowing me to address you with regards to this application. By way of introduction, I'm Councillor Jeff Williamson, and I'm the local executive board, which is within the East Hertfordshire district. Whilst the application site is wholly within Berden parish, the site boundary actually abuts the common ward, district and county border, and the impacts will be felt across the whole vicinity. So for that reason, I would like to add my own voice, those speaking in common communities within my ward, as they will be affected equally. You've heard a wide range of arguments this morning from residents, experts and the parish councils on the various wide-ranging reasons why they believe this application should be reviewed. It's difficult to add points already made in such detail and such eloquence. However, there are a number of key points which affect all the communities, regardless of which side of the border they sit, which I would like to summarise. Firstly, all local residents
currently able to enjoy the amenity which its location provides as part of the open countryside characteristic of this area, particularly when public rights of way. Long cherished views of the countryside will be lost if the development proceeds. Secondly, there are the worries about the potential effect on local wildlife and biodiversity. The application includes the provision of deer-proof fencing 2 metres high. Apart from the adverse visual impact this will have, it will have an obvious effect on the natural roaming habits of our large animals. Thirdly, the impacts of noise and light pollution will also be felt across the whole vicinity, and it is significant that the Environmental Health Department has objected to the application due to concerns that noise levels would be unacceptable. They also noted that complaints have already been received regarding the existing nearby battery energy storage system, which were investigated by the Parks Council. My fourth point is that all believe this is the wrong development in the wrong location. I understand that only a limited sequential test has been undertaken. There is also cumulative effects. The Wickham Hall solar scheme agreed last year is not so very far away. Finally, in one way, the local authority board did come into play. The residents of Stocking-Pelham Parish were not included in the earlier consultations and therefore not able to have their say. Not saying many residents from parishes of Stocking-Pelham, Pelham, Albury and Little Pelham across my ward are among those many who have lodged their objection as shown on the thin place plan. So, for all these reasons, I support the objections being made by the residents, protect the Pelhams and those Stocking-Pelham and Berden parish councils representing our local communities. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a copy of your notified. That's most helpful. Thank you.
More or less.
Can I ask, I think that's the last third party who made a prior suggestion that they want to speak at the hearing today. In the interest of fairness, there are others here who have spoken. Is anyone else want to speak before I come to the council?
Can I just, my name is John Berden, and speak very briefly. I was chairman of the
Can you come along? Sorry, it's just to make sure everyone can hear you.
I just want to make a very, very quick point, follow up with something that was just said then. When the original public consultation took place in our village hall, I was chairman of our parish council at that time. The invitation to the general public, both Stocking-Pelham and Berden, only went out to 25% of the houses. And I don't regard that as proper consultation, and I think that rolls forward up to the day that people are still not aware of what is being involved. So I do know that the vast majority of Berden are not behind this solar panel proposal. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cook. Can I just ask which parish council that word? Thank you. Yeah, please.
My name is Fergus McMahon and I live in the old vicarage in Berden. I've obviously listened this morning to all the factual bits and the emotive bits, but mine is emotive really. I lived in Berden over 20 years and I live probably 500 yards away where this solar panels are going to begin, go on forever. And the reason why we moved to this house was it was in the countryside and it had lovely walks all around. But on a serious level, I think my wife and I will be forced to leave Berden if these panels come in. I just think our walks will be destroyed. When I walk out there this morning, I don't sleep much, but going out very early in the morning, the skylarks and everything else reminds me of why I moved. And it will be a tragic loss for the whole of the Berdenites and all the surrounding villages if this real block is on the landscape.
And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Sorry, just to be clear, is it Mullen?
Mr. McMullen.
Yeah, that's fine. N-U-L-L-E-N.
Sorry.
M-C-N-U.
Yes, fine. You see, you're not allowed, yeah.
Yeah, just want to be accurate. Thank you. Anything else? No, in which case, what I suggest I'm going to do, is I'll hear from the council. Bearing in mind where we are, 12:15. What I suggest we'll do, Mr. Hardy, is a longer break, half an hour or so, and then we'll come back to you. Or perhaps when we finish with the council, we can take a view on how we do that.
Yeah, it's a practical question on lunch, and I've not been sat for, but how far away we can stand shop?
Not far that way, in the middle of the town, so it's not far. But should we see where we are at the end of the council submission? It may be that we have a short break and you're happy to do your bit then, or we have a longer break and then we'll come back. I'm open. As far as the council is concerned, how do you want to do this?
So if I could, I kind of made a few notes, I could go through those and then I will defer to my colleagues if they've got anything else to add.
Yeah. You haven't to get pressed on, or do you want a short break before we do it?
That's question.
Yeah, that's pressed.
Thanks, sir. I'd like to obviously rely on the letter from the council sent to planning inspector dated the 5th of September 2022. In support of that, I'd like to make the following comments. It's considered that there would be harm to the countryside and landscape harm as a result of the development. Its intrinsic character and landscape that covers an area of 65.84 hectares of arable farm fields within the open countryside. The scheme is a very large urbanising development within that open countryside. The siting of the development in this part has an unacceptable impact that's considered on the character and appearance of the area, its openness, and rural settings whereby sensitive receptors in terms of listed buildings and users of public rights of way will adversely be affected by the proposed development. The development would erode the area and its locality, resulting in unacceptable harm. Reference is made to paragraph 180A of the MPPF, which states that decision should contribute and enhance the natural and local environment to protect and enhance the landscape, its biodiversity or geological value and soil. Paragraph 180B states that recognising the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside, the wider benefits of natural capital and ecosystem services, including the economic, sorry, my cold affecting me, and other benefits of the best and most versatile agricultural land and of trees and woodland. It is the council's view that the scheme would fail to adhere to paragraph 180 of the MPPF. Similarly, the local plan policy S7 seeks to protect the countryside with the only development need to be there. Development needs to be there being or is appropriate to a rural area. Whilst the MPCF acknowledges the importance of addressing climate change, it needs to be the right development in the right place. And it is my view that the scheme failed to accord with policy S7. It's also noted that the local plan policy EMV5 takes a positive approach to small scale solar schemes. Obviously, this scheme is considered much larger to what policy EM15 describes. The development fails to protect or enhance our natural environment. The impact on the landscape character is considered to outweigh the benefits of the proposal, which I will go on to shortly. The harm is not short term, it's not considered short term, as its 40-year lifespan is effectively a generation's worth of development being in situ. In terms of agriculture, the scheme is contrary to ENV5, which states the development of best and most fertile agricultural land below be permitted where opportunities have been assessed for accommodating development on previously developed sites or within existing development limits. Where development of agricultural land is required, developers should seek to use areas of poorer quality except where other sustainable considerations suggest otherwise. It's noted that the applicant has provided an alternative site assessment, which I have had the opportunity to look at. It's considered to be quite light, to be honest. Typically, and I think in terms of best practice, these should be submitted alongside the application as a whole to be able to assess the scheme. It should inform the development and its location. But I have noticed that a lot of solar schemes seem to focus on finding a connection to the grid and then everything else kind of works its way around that. It doesn't seem to look at the most appropriate area and then kind of work its way onwards from that approach. Therefore, I think it's very light. I don't think it's definitive in or an accurate assessment of what could be considered of alternative sites, and only looked at 2 other sites within a set parameter of the connection point itself. And in this term, I completely agree with the comments which have been made by Berden Parish Council in this respect. The site being situated on better most fertile land is contrary to the MD5 and paragraph 180 of the MPPS. Footnote 62 of the MPPS states where significant development of agricultural land is demonstrated to be necessary, areas of poor quality land should be preferred to those of a higher quality. I don't believe this has been done. The availability of agricultural land for food production should be considered alongside other policies in the framework when deciding what sites are most appropriate for development. Again, I don't think it agrees with this. It is my view that the development fails to meet economic objectives of sustainable development through the planning of ensuring that sufficient land of the right type is available in the right places at the right time to support growth, innovation, and improve productivity. It also fails to support environmental objectives by failing to protect and enhance our natural environment, including making effective use of land using natural resources. In terms of heritage, paragraph 205 of the MPPS states when considering the impact of a proposed development on the significance of a designated heritage asset, great weight should be given to conservation. And the more important the asset, the greater the weight should be. This is irrespective of whether potential harm amounts to substantial total loss or less than substantial to its significance. This is also reflected in local plan policy ENV2, which remains consistent with the MPPS policy in terms of protecting the setting of the building. Harm has been identified by Place Services Conservation Team, of which they have concluded less than substantial harm to the significance of the identified designated heritage assets. It's my view that the scheme also fails and is contrary to local plan policy ENV2. Paragraph 108 of the MPPS also states where development proposal leads to less than substantial harm to the significance of the designated heritage asset, this harm should be weighed against the public benefit. Where appropriate, securing its optimum and viable use. Paragraph 20 of the planning policy guidance also highlights that this is meant by the term public benefit. It states that the PPG paragraph 20 of the PPG states that anything that delivers economic, social, or environmental objectives is described as in paragraph 8 of the MPPS. in having consideration of the benefits of development, I feel that these do not outweigh the harms that have been identified. The development fails a social role insofar as failing to preserve the future cultural needs of the community by failing to protect the significance of the heritage assets, also failing an environmental role, and that the development doesn't protect or enhance the natural and in terms of historic environment. It's acknowledged that there are some benefits which arise from this scheme itself in terms of climate change. It's unclear though, however, why the development needs to be in this location and to the scale that is being proposed. It's acknowledged that the scheme could provide employment benefits, but from what I have seen, there doesn't seem to be much information about that itself. As a result, the local authority still object to the application. Thank you. So there's my comment.
Thank you. Yes, that's good.
I was just going to speak on behalf of the Highland Authority and South Council to say, people want to say in our expectations of the
that representation, so I understand what you say. Anything else?
Yeah, so just in terms of ecology, I'll just give a few points to think about. The first, in terms of that, there was a recent study, Captain Armstrong, about how solar panel affected that activity, showing to be a reduction by solar panels are installed. They didn't kind of work out why that reduction occurred, whether it's the implementation of that or decrease in insect prey. But one of the suggestions that came was to increase the basket boundaries, which has been included in the plastic. So suggestions for the machine guns that they can make access, they can in terms of budget design, so I don't think any but further information is required in relation to the characterization of the set of parts, and that was kind of how far the tunnel will reach, and there is no access to. I know that they've said that they will apply for budget education licenses if it does come within 30 uses of the budget step. But we just need to know, we need to know the certainty of impact, so whether that is to be required, and what communication is going to be needed. So if it means that the company needs to be closed, then they can provide childcare that also on site. So that would have to be clarified in their report. And then in terms of dialogue, so as mentioned before, there was a huge authority duty for serial consideration of the application. The applicant spoke about providing dialogue costs on site in the skills on site, which is with the aim to increase origin guidelines. And this can lead to an increased breeding success because they've got more food to support them. At the minute, there's no recognised guidelines on how to compensate for loss of nesting sites, so nest company in the area of field. Studies have found that some homes have support a greater density of skylark nests. So, for example, this could be done by changing from a winter stone box to a spring stone box. Allow them to, return it on the season and again, increasing that success. Yeah, those are the sort of 3 points I was trying to.
So I can find my thoughts on representing UC Environment Health, the manager of Environment Health Service here. I'm not the officer who commented, previously on this matter. But I've reviewed the notes made by, Jane Mann from 2023, of which I report, that the main issue here is that confidence around the development that was not advised in terms of Berden impact. There's more you can see regarding low frequency noise on the existing facilities. So arguably there are already some assessments to mean that particular proposed has the potential to result in unacceptable levels of noise that residential occupied in critical development sites. So I can summarise these and talk as follows. Firstly, the noise source like for use in development has not been specified. The noise source is typical by RPS is provided. However, the absence of specific plant noise makes it non-required assessment. As calculated noise levels, acoustic and total content could be very difficult with the proposed two plants that's going to go on the site. This could lead to significant changes in the rating level that has been assessed in accordance with principles of BS 142. The most important point that this was not noted in the section detail and assessment provided by the board. Because there isn't any definitive details on the plan, just assumptions of what has been used in previous locations for the modelling, there are certain further uncertainties in respect of this development. The modelled inverter operates at a level that's 50 dB lower than the maximum sound pressure level between 5 o'clock and 7 o'clock in the morning. So it's unclear that this will be the same applied to other inverters in other plants. It also appears that the noise from inverters would vary early in the morning with raised ambient temperatures. Again, this is another part of the assessment that's not really fully considered. A clear tone of 100 Hz is present and common in substations. This is currently a problem at that location and is also complained that in the residential sector. It's very important that we understand the input noise level at these lower frequencies. No specific practice vital making accurate predictions and entering that data in the noise prediction software that RPS have adopted. It's relevant to note that the report identifies the sound power level of the main transformer for the existing facility could be as much as 5 dB greater than that previously predicted in the regional plan consent. With worst case up to 10 dB. Again, this illustrates the need for a robust worst case assessment. Unfortunately, this is absent from the application that illustrated in the comments on Jane Mann. There's also uncertainty regarding the baseline noise survey. The noise sensitivity assessment B and D when close to the existing, close to the existing noise sources. This is likely to artificially raise the background sound level, therefore represent the background noise level of the depth of location. Uncertainty also exists with data that was discounted due to poor weather conditions, rain and hail volumes, temperature ambient and background noise levels. The council needs to be confident that the background measures are robust and that this assessment in the assessment conclusion. There is also appears to be too much reliance on the British standard BS 142. The scope of BS 142 makes it very clear that it's not a critical assessment tool for low frequency noise. No alternative applicable to assessing the low impact of low frequency have been put forward in any other detail. Further, RBS has added a 3 dB penalty to account for potential low frequency content. However, they do not present spectrum data at certain locations, so there is no way of knowing what the low frequency total content is going to be. Therefore, we cannot assess whether the 3 dB penalty is applied to appropriate or robust. As previously mentioned, the council of the deep noise effect. The distinct terminal characteristics have been identified by officers. Whilst we accept that nuisance in terms of that nuisance has not been established, that argument is relating to substantial and unusual interference
It does not mean that there's no detriment to the community. Being the highest standard of nuisance. Table 5.7 showing specifics here of the report predicts a noise rating level of +1 dB of the background that was FDD. And the only warning, table 5.9 predicts rating level of +3 dB over the background. While these are relatively small margins, with the uncertainty of the sound power level associated with the adopted plans that might come online, the noise levels could substantially increase. The UDC technical criteria is the rating level to be 5 dB below the background. So already we've got images of noise levels above that. My colleague also noted that the RPS 2016 assessment for the battery storage facility sent background readings at Battery Farm at daytime was 33 dB elemented, evening 29 and at night 27. The recent report, the 2022 report, presents background elemented measurement at substantially greater levels, being 36 in the morning, 37 at the daytime, and at night time 34 dB elemented. Elemented. The nighttime figure of 34 compared to 27 in such a short period of time is a massive change. We can only assume that these figures account noise from the existing station. And this illustrates the impact in the area of what the noise has had on ambient and background noise levels. So in summary, we assume that the huge effect, particularly around the low frequency content. We do not feel that it's been adequately assessed in the RPS report, and there is much uncertainty in the assessment. Thank you. Is there anything else from the council that you wish to put forward? Are you happy that covers everything? Good. Can I just ask one question? You refer to the paragraph 180 of the you refer to A, 180A and 180B. Can I just ask, I mean, I've heard it suggested that this is the value landscape that should be considered, but is that the council position too?
I value, valuable, not valued as in kind of the level of an error about the
Sure. So well, I've got a different question. Should I be applying 180A or 180B? Sure. Need to be, I do need to be very clear to get that correct. And clearly I will have a view and I've seen it, but sure I know what the council is. That's what we've heard them a fair bit there from the council, including some technical evidence about noise. We've heard a lot from members of the public as well. My thinking is that we also have a break for lunch now. And then you can give that some thought, and then when you come back, you can address it. What I'm going to do is allow you to make your submission on behalf of the applicant, and then I'm going to deal with some questions I have in a sort of open way and allow everyone to submit. So just to be absolutely clear on my list, I want to ask some questions about the sort of general concept of temporary and reversible. I will want to ask about consistency of decision making, specifically the situation with my colleague's decision at Market said, I'm calling it that, forgive me if I'm getting that wrong, but you know that it's Mr. Parker's decision. I'll also want to ask about the basis where you start from with site selection, the site selection analysis, what's the correct where you set off from in so doing. And I might have some questions depending on what the you about noise too. So I'm going to do that in an open way. I want to allow everyone to submit, and then after that we're going to talk about conditions and the obligations. So there is still quite a lot to get through.
If it helps, what we've done, sticking to the same time limits as everybody else, is we've got 6 speakers, about 5 minutes each, about half an hour. It feels to me as though those are 4 specific matters that I may then want to come back myself on reserve to remind me 10 minutes at the end of that. For about half an hour and each total for the 6 speakers.
That's very helpful. Thank you. I'm going to suggest that shall we resume at 4:30? That gives everyone the opportunity to get something to eat, perhaps a coffee, and then come back so you can refresh for another, I don't know, another hour or so, maybe part 2. I'll finish maybe 3 o'clock. We'll see how we get on. Is that okay? Okay. That's all I have on everyone. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good. Mr. Harvey, I think I need something different. So we've tried to rationalise things over a lot. I think that in terms of order, yeah, not got a strong preference, but I am going to suggest we take landscape first, yeah, ecology second, highways third, heritage fourth, noise fifth. And then in relation to the site selection report, I've been thinking about it, that it seems to me that we've got the written report. Actually, it might be better to see what questions you've got and deal with that as an FA, question and answer section. So we can deal with it rather than just a true launching on dealing with things that you don't need to. So 5 witnesses in that order, and then dealing with site selection report, and I'll have something to say on the other questions. If you're happy, then follow that. Very much landscape. You want, well, if it's convenient, but I think we just need to make sure that. Yeah.
So, I'm Chris McDermott. I'm the director of Sightline Landscape. This is my own consultancy I set in 2013. I spent my entire working life in landscape consultancy. I undertook the landscape visual assessment for the scheme of the management plan and the landscape management plan. I'm very familiar with the site over several years. So the site doesn't lie within or close to an area subject to protected landscape designation. And my analysis in the ES concludes that overall value of the landscape is slightly medium, while that of the immediate inside around it is also medium, since the area is strongly influenced by the large scale electrical infrastructure being element grid substation, and the overhead transmission lines which radiate from it. I have a more detailed analysis of why I consider this not a value landscape that would be and Libya and natural England. So I've used those criteria to analyse whether it is naturally, yeah. But I could do this. I consider the site is particularly well suited to ground mounted solar, in that the fields are rectilinear with headlines running approximately north, south, and east to west. As a result, the panels fit into the existing field pattern in 4 large blocks, creating one large block, which is particularly unusual for many solar farms that I've done landscape and visual impact assessment for. I think I've done probably 60 with Sightline and 30 different. And typically they benefit panels in organic shade fields. And I think a good example is the Magatens solar farm, which rakes across the landscape and tries to fit into organic fields, forming a odd shape in the landscape, whereas this is very rectilinear, very compact, and so for its power output, it's very space efficient. Another point to make about Magatens solar farm is that when you go on site, you'll see that it sits in the different compartments of landscape, in that we're on one side of the ridge, the active side, and the Magatens solar farm is on the other side, and there's a tree line running across the ridge. So they are in different landscapes, each of you assessed on its own merit. Also, the site benefits from fairly strong hedgerow cover within it. Immediately surrounding it, there's a lot of enclosure from tree roots and hedges. And so its visual extent, where it doesn't extend very far from the surrounding landscape. There's also a say that the hedges internally help to provide the massive and also the site undulate
which also reduces the visual extent of the panels. Site also will not result in any significant adverse effects within the community of residents. The basic values that overlook it and to mitigate their views. For instance, some houses on James Lane that overlook the site, but we purposely not put panels in front of them, proposing a small area of woodland, and then there's a large meadow area just in front. And in fact, the farmer has only ploughed and planted crop on areas where the panels are going. He's already left as grass that field area, and also a strip along James Lane, which you will be able to walk along during your site visit, because we're also proposing footpath connection between the villages through this green wave along the lane. So you'll be able to walk along it and understand its extent, because the scale is quite deceptive if you larger it appears on the plan. So I say it's basically impact residents, and the main other visual impact will be the use of the road. But the landowner has already planted a hedge along the road, which has taken well. Clearly, a couple of years will screen off the site from the road. Added to that, we will be planting out this strip along the road, which will effectively screen the solar farm. We can use the road. An issue was raised about bats and the benefits of planting out hedgerows alongside solar farms. It was suggested that there wasn't much of that at the planting in this scheme. But if you look at the plan of that, there's literally kilometres of hedgerow that are proposed to plant with trees. So, from my perspective, I think the adequately catered for compensation. I mean, there's no loss of hedgerows, for that, but we're adding a lot more hedgerows into the scheme. And I don't think I really got much more to say really on landscape point. I think it's still be evident.
Yes, I mean, it's obviously depending on that. It's all very well listening. People say it in the abstract, but
yeah,
you've got it really.
Sorry. Yeah. Obviously, there will be, a large adverse visual impact using the footpath that will run between the panels. But having done many solar farms, very high proportion have footpaths running through, and so it's not really common to accept that. And we are planting hedgerows either side and leaving the footpath in a broad sway. So we won't be just narrow corridors.
Thank you.
Just one point, in relation to that is proper. We don't have any value landscape, as you probably are aware. The policy protections and do this what the council's got to say. Yes, it's valued by local people, it's valuable, but it's policy protection. No, not policy, landscape.
Thank you. Hello.
Good afternoon. I'm Jo Atkinson, Associate Ecologist with RPS. I'm a member of the Chartered Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management, and I've worked as an ecological consultant for 20 years. Although I did not prepare the ecological impact assessment or supporting documents, I have reviewed them on behalf of the applicant and have recently visited the site. The site is dominated by arable farmland, and the main ecological value pertains to more broadly woodland department and the native boundary hedgerows, all of which will be retained. An ecological impact assessment following chapter 7 of the environmental statement submitted was prepared by a colleague of mine at RPS in 2022.
And this confirms that the proposed development does not adversely affect any statutory or non-statutory designated nature conservation sites. A biodiversity net gain assessment was undertaken to measure habitat losses and gains using the DEFRA metric calculator tool, which is a very prescriptive way of calculating habitat. This confirmed that the development was not, this confirmed that there will be 89% biodiversity net gain, which is well above the mandatory 10% minimum. And this can be secured by planning conditions, with BNG delivery now mandatory due to the change in legislation effective from February 2024. I'll now move on to discussing the protected species issues, some of which were brought up in previous discussions. Neither Natural England nor Essex County Council placed their objectives to the scheme previously on the grounds of unacceptable impact on ecology. Mitigation for Great Crescent Use was agreed by the Natural England District Level Licence Scheme, and the applicant is the first instalment of the two-stage conservation payment, and that's a legal agreement between the applicant and Natural England. With regards to badgers, a pre-construction walkover survey will be undertaken, which is common because badger activity can vary on the site, and a 30-metre offset from any active set entrances can be established, which is the standard offset in Natural England guidance. Set closure really is a last resort. It's a nightmare trying to close badger sets because they're digging. So we would definitely not be proposing to do that unless it's absolutely necessary and the impacts can be avoided, which in this case we believe they can. Moving on to bats, all of the habitat features are valued to foraging bats, such as the hedgerows and the woodland parcels, and any mature trees will be retained in the scheme design, which my colleague has previously mentioned. Since the previous hearing, both the bat survey and the bat mitigation guideline documents have been updated at the end of 2023, so we thought it was prudent to review those. So obviously that's a change since the last hearing. But having reviewed these, I do not believe there will be any changes. There would also be a growth of scope and know the outcome of the impact assessment for bats. And I note the comments from Essex County Council Place Services, my counterpart, regarding pre and post construction monitoring for bats, which I think can be easily woven into the planning conditions in regard to the landscape and ecological management plan. And actually it probably provides some really useful data about the impacts of these solar farms on bats, which, as you previously mentioned, is not that well documented. For the skylark, the arable land supports ground nesting skylark. I heard them singing, and I'll show you the sign spring, which have declined in the UK. The estimate of the habitat on site is for 14 skylark territories, and therefore, through consultation with place services, a skylark mitigation strategy was agreed and can be secured by planning conditions referred to previously, which is a combination of off-site skylark plots, which will be on a 2-for-1 replacement basis with a number of territories calculated. And they don't really provide alternative nesting sites, they just provide areas for the skylarks to land and access their nests, and generally to increase the likelihood of successful breeding for any displaced birds. The applicant has a lease agreement on those fields and therefore can commit to the delivery of that mitigation off-site, and a draft unilateral undertaking has been prepared, which I believe has been put before you. And as well on site, although not primarily for skylark mitigation, the conversion of around 52 hectares of arable habitat, permanent grasslands within and around the array, will provide enhanced foraging habitat for skylark and other bird species to increase the availability of insect prey, and will be undisturbed by agricultural activities during the breeding season. It isn't likely that skylarks will nest beneath solar panels, that's what the evidence is showing at the minute, but there is evidence that skylarks will incorporate solar farms into their territories, and nesting has been recorded between panels and within buffers on other solar farms. In addition, a temporary grass lay, approximately 3 hectares, will be converted to a permanent grassland and be kept such for the lifetime of the development. And this will provide good quality nesting and foraging habitat for skylarks that will be protected, as well as other ground nesting birds, and will also be undisturbed by agricultural activities. And then my final point, although the survey reporting the environmental assessment was undertaken in 2022, There have been no changes in the management of the site since then that could have influenced the habitat baseline previously reported. And I can confirm that this was my observation on the site walkover, which I undertook on the 13th of March 2024. Appropriate mitigation and compensation can be secured by planning condition, and substantial biodiversity enhancements will be delivered in accordance with local plan policy Gen 7. And therefore, in my opinion, I conclude that as set out in the environmental statement, the proposed development will not result in significant adverse effects on habitats or protected species.
There was one thing I to ask, and please tell me if you're not the right person to ask this question. What would be interested in, what is the land used for in agricultural terms at the moment?
As in the farming activity, I believe from speaking to the farmer, correct me if I'm wrong, it's on a rotation of wheat or beans, and I think it's in beans for this year, so, yeah.
That's very helpful, thank you. Great, thanks. Clearly, we'll come on to talk about conditions and the undertaking in a short time. Thank you.
So, next, sport person. Back to you.
Transport, Mr. Miles.
Yes, I am Christopher Miles, a director of Miles White Transport Limited. I'm a chartered civil engineer with 35 years and counting experience, mainly dealing with the transport aspects of new development. On this particular case, I prepared an initial access technical note and then revision 3 of the construction traffic management plan. That plan was actually prepared still in the name of Statira for consistency with the previous version that we've gone through. Kings Road is lightly traffic with an automatic traffic counter loop identifying just under 900 two-way vehicles per day, broadly 450 in each direction, and in the peak hours, approximately 120 two-way vehicles. So again, 60 odd in each direction. Traffic speeds were recorded as being 46 miles per hour on average, which is well below the 60 mile an hour speed limit. But of course, 85% of them used for design purposes are higher, and that's 56 miles per hour. Vehicle access to the site will be taken from Keys Road at a point approximately 250 metres west of Berden village. Here, an existing field access will be upgraded to a 5 metre width with 10 metre entry radii to facilitate the turning requirements of the delivery vehicles required during the construction period. Appropriate visibility displays for the recorded traffic speeds can be provided in both directions through minor cutting back to the roadside vegetation. It's worth also noting that safety audits for the site access junction can be secured through the technical approval process that will be required to actually, well, for the minor works agreement that will be required to actually construct the access itself. There are existing byways and public footpaths across the site. These will be retained with appropriate warning signage, fencing and gates provided where they cross the on-site access road. The development will also bring with it a new permissive path running south of and parallel to Keys Road between Berden and Stockton Pelham, which, in our opinion, provides significant benefits to the connectivity of the local public rights of way. Traffic flows associated with operational solar farm are very low and relate to occasional visits to routine maintenance and security activities. These will vary week by week, but in general, there are unlikely to be more than 3 or 4 vehicles accessing the site per week, with these mainly being cars and vans. The impact of these vehicle movements will clearly be minimal. The traffic impact of the solar farm is mainly felt during the construction period,
and is therefore short-term in nature. In this case, it is anticipated that construction can be completed within 6 months, with most of the movements by large delivery lorries occurring during the first 10 weeks. This is when security fencing will be delivered, erected, the on-site access roads will be stoned up, and ports of solar panels will be delivered to the site. It has been estimated that the construction process will entail a total of 660 heavy goods vehicle movements, both to and from the site. This number may vary slightly, but has been calculated as accurately as possible at this time, based on delivery of the length of fencing required, the volume of stone required, and a standard 10 HGV per megawatt production for the support panels. This 10 HGV per megawatt value is based on the developer's experience out of the site. At peak times of construction and delivery, it is estimated that there will be approximately 72 two-way vehicle movements per day, which includes 34 HGVs, so 70 in, 70 out. But as I say, that is at the peak period, and for most of the construction programme, traffic flow will be much less. Given the short-term nature of the traffic movements associated with construction, it is common practice to implement a construction traffic management plan, which, as the name implies, sets out how the impact of the construction traffic will be managed. This details the route to be followed by larger vehicles when travelling to and from the site and any other mitigation measures required to minimise their impact. A CTMP was submitted and has been discussed in detail with and agreed in principle by Essex Highways as the local highway authority. It proposes a circular delivery route whereby all HGVs follow the B3183 north from the A20 Bishop Stortford bypass to Newport, where they turn left to join B1038 to Clavering, and then left again to follow Stortford Road south towards Berden, Gins Road and the site. Departing HGVs will follow Gins Road back to Stortford Road before turning right, passing through Malden to rejoin the A120. The logic behind this routing is that it minimises the route distance over which there is a risk of an HGV approaching the site needing to pass an HGV passing the site. Temporary impact of the additional HGV movements will be mitigated through the provision of advanced warning signs at key junctions, temporary speed limit reduction from 60 miles an hour to 40 miles an hour on the local roads serving the site, and provision of temporary traffic signals over an approximately 150 metre length of the eastern approach into Berden. Those signals are to reduce the carriageway width to allow a dedicated route for pedestrians when accessing the village hall. In addition, the site manager will actively coordinate HGV movements to ensure that they avoid the start and end of the school day at the local primary schools, and are also spread evenly over the remainder of the site working hours. This will help ensure that HGVs do not meet or certainly minimise the risk of them meeting on the approximately 2 kilometre section of Gins Road that we use when both approaching and departing the site. As mentioned previously, the traffic impact of the development proposals will be short-term and only really felt during the construction period. These impacts will be appropriately managed through the CTMP, which has been discussed with and agreed in principle by Essex Highways. Delivery of that CTMP can be secured through an appropriately worded planning condition. Thank you. Okay, yeah, that's helpful. Thanks. Again, come on, talk about that. People.
Great nice heritage, then the Service Park.
I am Susanna Paddy, Associate Director in Heritage Area Consulting Services. I have a BA from Archaeology, my life in Archaeology, and an MSc in Historical Conservation. I am a practitioner of the Institute for Environmental Management Assessment and a full member of the Chancellor Institute for Archaeology. I took often the heritage statement and addendum and corresponding chapter of the environmental statement of the application and speak on behalf of Berden. The heritage statement and addendum, which came to the planning application, considers the contribution the site makes to the setting and significance of designated passage within a 1 kilometre radius of the area, and focuses on potential effects on settings and therefore the significance of several aspects with which the site shares limited visibility and for its historical preservation, namely the current shed, social monument, churches and records, great length of activity, there's an old great food site building, the granary, there's an old great food building, and the great and former barren, great food building.
You know, can I stop you a minute, man? I have to ask something a little basic. Has anyone got a fire I can pinch? I've only got one, and it's just expired on me, which is not that. I should have to spare, but maybe carrying on. Slightly embarrassing, but there we are. Let's see open about it.
The landscape mitigation inherent to the proposals by ABC existing build pattern, including historic hedgerows and woodland trees, and enhanced field boundaries, ensuring that the visibility between the proposed development and detail of the package will be negligible and specific vegetations and leaves and well in winter, as demonstrated in Appendix 5.2 of DES. The environmental statement revises the conclusions of the statement in the Berden, and they conclude the impacts will be neutral in all built heritage assets unless substantial on the scheduled monument. However, the heritage statement reconsiders this and concluded that due to the limited contribution of the site to the setting of the above mentioned heritage assets, as well as taking into account the proposed mitigations, and because the site will largely remain so comparative, the proposal would result in the significance of these assets at a lower extent of the scale, negligible. This harm would be fully reversed. The site is identified in the heritage statement and addendum as having potential for non-designated archaeological deposits to be present for all periods, and in particular, the high potential for deposits associated with late Iron Age romanization in the north of the site and early medieval and later in the south. Potential irreversible impacts on archaeological deposits would be addressed through the program of archaeological investigation and recording as set out in the outline of the considered investigation also submitted to the application. Previous success would place it with an additional field containing rookery at the east of the site, a non-designated archaeological asset which has group value with the correct scheduled monument, was excluded through an amendment to the site boundary. And this was in fact the reason why the addendum was provided to revise boundary and to address and request from the story people on additional use to and from the assets. The proposals which resulted in relatively small change to the character of the historic landscape, including the historic line between Berden and the Berden, which should be fully reversible. The main cumulative effects concluded in the heritage chapter of the environmental statement was in relation to the maggots explained so far. Due to lack of visibility on account of distance, poverty, and intervening vegetation, the cumulative effect was assessed as less than substantial in relation to the current scheduled monument. That scheme has been difficult. No other development were measured and potentially affect significant of the event mentioned heritage assets has been proposed and publicly been mentioned in previous hearing, and therefore the cumulative effect assessed remains less than substantial minor outbreaks on the scheduled monument. Overall, the proposal of the historical environment character acceptable, check the application of relevant legislation on the text and appropriate heritage education given to build out.
Thank you. Can I just ask a couple of questions? People, I wasn't quite following the changes between heritage statement and environmental statement and so on. Am I right in understanding that you said that there would be a low level of less than substantial harm to the same assets that the council referred to, and I asked that question then.
Yes, there's then confusion on not our own seven elements responding to the application between the credit schedule and the credit risk building. But I believe they have quite clearly separated the heritage statement and the benefit because the credit schedule monument is treated within the archaeology section, whereas the credit risk building is treated in the field.
That's helpful. Can I ask about the rookery? What is that exactly? Is that a schedule ancient monument too, or something else?
In fact, a private individual made an application for the rookery to be scheduled, but historically has refused that application on grounds that does not be scheduled. So it remains a non-resident fact. And it is, however, a good value with the scheduled monument. They are different, and both of them, even 50s and 60s, were the subject of some form of pension by the prospective owners, and they could buy property to around the 12th century. They are not the same feature, obviously, and when the credit scheduled monument and the rookery was less incorrect. In fact, it's shown on the historic maps. But they were slightly in the late 60s, I believe. Because the land was in agricultural use and been plowed out to the extent that the edges crop mix.
So was it a rework originally?
Maybe. You would be quite, they are quite brave reworks, and to have two of them in this close proximity could indicate that they serve adjacent functions, or perhaps when we built this not in the right location, and then the other one was built probably in the correct location. We can only postulate.
I read my colleagues' decision carefully on this, and there's references there, not only to the crop, but another scheduled monument.
There are no other scheduled.
Was that was so was that the rookery that
I think at the time, although the certain was decision not scheduled for this 2022. I don't think that came to light, that came to light, that decision by the time of the period. I think some of the documents still reflected the rookery as a potentially schedulable monument. In fact, that is how we assess it in the ES chapter. And so we erred on the side of caution, and we assess it as a potentially schedulable monument, although we now know it is not.
yes, can I ask about the scheduled monument at Battle Manor?
There is no connection between us and
That's some distance away. That was referred to in the magazine. The other side of the reef. That's very helpful. There was one last point, and I'm sorry to. I understand why in environmental statements the word negligible is used, but it is a dangerous word. By negligible, do you mean sort of so small that it doesn't have? You wouldn't be attaching too much. You would be attaching some weight to it, obviously, but not.
In terms of planning, it's less than substantial and therefore subject to planning that. And it is like a lower setting, very lower setting, less than substantial. I think the methodology in the set out what sort of Would you think of that regularly? As you walk around the site, you will not see the scheduled monument, at all, maybe since someone's backyard and heavily planted with trees, it's not accessible to the public, even if it's there, it would be not quite legible as such. But it is nonetheless, very significant because of its record.
I just want to be clear about the context in which you're using negligible. It is a word that you see used in assessment in environmental and EIA terms, but sometimes it finds its way across into analysis as well. There is no harm that's negative.
Well, I think it's helpful because if the question is really important, if what you're asking, I think is the question, sometimes negligible might be used with sort of de minimis, as in it doesn't register. That's not what we are saying. The evidence is negligible. We accept that there is some less than substantial harm, but at the very lowest end of the scale, section 66, policy, MPFL is engaged. So that I hope is clear.
That is helpful. Thank you, Stanley, and thank you. Go on.
Would it be possible for us to use a percent so that we can present as well?
Well, I'm not after
I mean, there's no secret that they're speaking notes that we can provide them. I don't think people have got copies here unless the council can make copies. There's certainly nothing. They've been designed in the same way as a sort of 5-minute aid memoir, as you know.
Well, if you do have them, I'll take them in and ask the council to copy them just for the sake of doing that. I'm happy to do that. I've made a note, but if there is a copy that I can have too, great. But I'm not sure how many copies the council feels able to make, whether they need just one.
or we can put it up.
If the idea is that they can be looked at with the potential to respond, if they can be put on the electronic onto the court, then everybody can see them. I thought that was the way.
Yeah, I think I'll take them in and ask for copies. That because chances are, I don't know whether I'm going to have chat with my case officer about whether it's proper that these go on. Yeah, it's a go on the because as far as I'm concerned, just to help me record and remember what was said at the hearing. So
We much like the cross-interpreted where I was meaning was yes, you have a hard copy, but what we can't, I suspect, is produce hard copies for each member of the each local resident. I've only got one hard copy. So you get one, then I put them on the report. That's what I was suggesting.
if you put them into me, I'll lean on the council gently to make a copy of the third parties. That would be great. Brilliant. Thank you.
Next is noise. Yeah.
Hello. So I'm Christina Ioannidou. I'm principal acoustic consultant at Mayor Brown Limited. I have a master's in engineering statistics and I'm a member of the Institute of Acoustics. I co-authored the original noise impact assessment report for the application and speak on behalf of Berden Brown Limited, the applicant. The main points I would like to make for those are the following. So, first of all, the nearest most sensitive receptor identified to the west proposed development was Crowds Lane Farm due to its distance from the proposed plant and equipment, which is nearly 220 meters. As explained in our response to its third district council comments, our assessment did not consider those sensitive receptors of stolen talent because these are located more than 350 meters away from any plant or equipment associated with solar farm. The topography of the area is generally flat and with no significant spring from either landscape or buildings. Therefore, Crab Lane Farm would be the most exposed or a worst case receptor to the west and northwest of the site. My second point is that when the solar farm that is the proposed development is assessed on its own, the predicted worst case rating level at the nearest most sensitive receptor, that is the Crab Lane Farm,
is 80 dB below background sound levels during nighttime, which is in accordance with the noise assessment technical guidance of Upper District Council requirement for new development. In accordance with PS 4142, assessment methodology, this outcome identifies that there is a low risk that sound from the development may result in adverse impacts, and therefore adverse impacts, significant or otherwise, will be very unlikely at all noise-sensitive receptors. As part of the cumulative scheme, the existing battery storage facility to the southwest corner of Berden Solar Farm was considered. In the cumulative scheme assessment, the predicted worst-case rating level at the nearest noise-sensitive receptor at Crabs Lane Farm is 3 dB above background sound levels during nighttime, which shows that there is low risk that sound from development may result in adverse impacts. Therefore, adverse impacts and effects would be very unlikely at Crabs Lane Farm. It should be noted that the 3 dB increase above background sound level is not due to the Berden Solar Farm, but it's actually due to the existing battery storage. It should be noted that the noise assessment technical guidance requirement of UDC does not apply to cumulative schemes, but it refers only to new developments. Also, the operation of the solar farm would not change the operational duty or load on the existing battery storage, and thus it is not expected to affect typical or worst case noise emission levels on the battery storage. In conclusion, the outcome of the cumulative scheme assessment should not affect the decision for a solar farm, as adverse impacts due to the operation of the solar farm are unlikely. One comment I would like to make on the video that we saw earlier. This included noise from solar farm inverter units and also some wind induced noise on the microphone. But the outcome is that the perceived noise that we can hear from that recorded video is that the recorded plant has primarily highest frequency components, which means that this can be easily attenuated over the distance.
That would be on the basis of that the fellow taking the video was very close to the equipment. But if you look,
What this video can be evidence, I mean, it can show what you can perceive, but I just want to comment on that because it's very video.
sure, but what you're telling me is, let's just accept that as an accurate portrayal of what the noise climate would be when you're standing that close to the panels and the inverters and that wall. I accept that it's very difficult to take that as evidence because there are technical issues with it, but leaving that aside, what you're telling me is that if you're there, you hear it. If you were 300 meters away, there's attenuation of that distance.
I mean, when you're listening to sound, obviously you hear a total component in the lowest frequencies. This will not be that easily attenuated distance. However, when you have like a higher frequency noise, you're dealing with rolling wavelength that can be more easily attenuated.
That's helpful. Thank you. Mr. Hardy,
Is it, those are the 5 witnesses dealing with the substantive topics. Then we've got the question of site selection report and the other matters. There was the 4 matters that you wanted to deal with, maybe some others. So I thought it might be sensible to try and answer questions to save time. So if you have specific points, then we can come back.
well, I do have a question about site selection, and what I'm interested in really is where you spring from with a site selection. Is there a difference between a site that has as far as I can make out from the evidence, a relatively straightforward connection to the grid? Is the correct comparator another site that has a relatively straightforward connection to the grid, or is it in fact any site anywhere? It seems to me that you have to compare like with luck, because otherwise you have to factor in the advantages of a site that is already connected to the grid against a site that does not, that might be in a queue, which could be, as it was said, 10, 15, goodness years, goodness knows how long. That's my question.
Okay, well, I mean, there's two, but if I can just make some introductory remarks, which I think will be helpful. Firstly, there's been reference this morning, and understandably so, because these are technical terms, to sequential testing and this alternative sites analysis. You see that those terms being used. And the case of Ramley Solar Farm, which is that's tab number 7. So that's the decision from November 23, it's very recent. That dealt with solar farms and this question about sequential testing and alternative sites. And you'll be aware that there is a clear judgment from Mrs. Justice Lang that there's nothing in policy which, and that includes the ministerial statement, national policy, EPG, and the NPSs, which mandates a sequential assessment or an assessment of alternatives. So that's a material change since the last time the law has changed, or the law has been clarified, that there is no requirement on a developer to look at a sequential exercise or alternative sites. That's the thing. The second thing is there is a requirement to consider the material consideration of the written ministerial statement and EPG in providing justification for why you are where you are. That's a different matter. You're not doing it relative to other sites. You're just saying, well, what's the justification? And and Brownlee doesn't do anything to dislodge that. So there is a requirement. And that's what a site selection report is designed to do. So it's not looking at whether it's better than other sites. It's just saying what's the criteria and why have you got the most compelling evidence to satisfy the decision makers to like here. Third one is that isn't required, and there's some helpful guidance in some of the appeal decisions, just a paragraph reference, which you can look up in your own time. That's the Pemberton decision, which is tab 26, and it's paragraph 48. If I could just read that out, it was highlighted that the site selection report wasn't submitted when the planning application was lodged, but later in the determination period. However, there's no national or local policy requirement to carry out an assessment of alternative sites for solar farm developments or to submit as a part of an application. From the evidence before me, I'm satisfied that the site selection report explains adequately the process which the appellate went through in identifying the site. Moreover, whilst the land on it, and then there's a specific reference to land on the other side of the B4379, which is the site in that case. So I think that's helpful in saying that legally you don't need to provide alternatives to potential sites. You do need to provide justification which satisfies the material considerations which are the ministerial statement and the PPG. That can be produced as long as it's produced prior to the determination. That can be sufficient. So that brings us on to this site selection report. Your question about the proximity to grid, there's no one size fits all with site selection because sites are different sizes, connection costs are different, connection sizes are different, all of those matters. What national policy does tell you, and that's in the newly designated NPS, the connectivity and proximity to grid is likely to be a determining factor. Starting point is you have to have a credible, viable connection given the size of the solar farm that you've got. So it is not an excellent answer to your question. You just look at all solar farms, you can't really do that. You have to work from the key component, and in this case, that was proximity in a viable, credible way to the point of connection. So I hope that helps. You have to, you know, I think that you can get into a difficult position, start saying, another site did this, another site did that, because you then get into alternatives and sequential site testing. What you have to look at is the facts of this case, the spatial position of this case. Have you got compelling evidence as to why it is located here? And that was the purpose of the site selection report. Mr. Berden, whether you want to pick up with anything to add to that?
I think the only point to make is perhaps the specifics around that site, and actually it's not just the substation itself, it's the fact that there is UK Power Networks adopted kit next to that substation that allows for a solar farm to be connected where that didn't exist previously before the battery was installed. And that infrastructure being there on the northern bit of the substation, coupled with available capacity and a speedy connection, you know, that can be delivered now. They're waiting for us, which is not the case across a lot of connections of this type in the UK.
Can I just take a note of your name, just so I know?
Oliver True.
T-R-O-U-P.
TROUP, yeah.
Type of the list of names and the qualifications. That would help from staff here in the
Thank you. That was the only question I had about the basis of site selection. As I indicated when I opened the hearing up, that is going to be on the list of matters on which I will invite further comment after the hearing goes. So we don't need to deal with that now. I think it's best if I let you go away and think about it, read the document, listen to what has been said on behalf of the applicants, and then you can come back to it. But we'll agree a time when we'll get to the end document list. Okay.
The other points that I've got noted are the number 4. So what was the general comment in relation to country nature development?
Yes.
Secondly, was consistency decision making. Thirdly, was the subsection, the basic which you just dealt with, and then one in relation to noise, I think it was. That's the 4th issue.
Yes, I mean, I think the 4th issue, the one about noise, I think we can bring into the discussion about conditions, what I really want to explore. I read my colleague's decision, I didn't see it. I mean, it might be me, but I didn't see a noise condition on there, and I just wanted to. I mean, it might be that a condition could be grown sensibly for the sort of low frequency noise that we're talking about here, but I did want to explore that. Perhaps it would be useful.
Let's just go through that listing those 4. So we come back to the general comment in relation to country nature and reversibility. We have not, as is standard practice, reduced the degree of impact based on the limited life expectancy of the solar farm. Because what is said, and it's absolutely right, is that 40 years is a relatively long period of time. And there are a number of decisions which say that. So the degree of impact, seriousness of what's considered has not been diluted. However, it is also the case as a matter of law that the solar farm is a temporary consent because it has a lifespan which is 40 years. So the better point, I think, is rather than saying the impacts don't count, is to say it is a reversible form. And therefore, farms which are there to landscape character, visibility, or the other interests that you may find, there is the ability to reverse those with full decommissioning in 40 years. So that is a matter to which you can attach some weight. We are not saying it's a silver bullet, but it's a temporary consent in law. And there will be, you'll see lots of decisions, Secretary of State say he hasn't placed any weight on that in relation to certain greenbelt areas, we are not saying that that automatically means you get planning permission, but just as a matter of planning law, it is a reversible temporary consent. That's all we need to say really.
Yeah, I mean, that's the basis for my question. You sort of talk very well. Inspectors to say, or Secretary of State to say it's a long time, but in fact, it is a temporary permission, because we should say in 40 years' time, you need to take it away.
Yeah.
Yes, and you don't, that doesn't necessarily mean the impacts are less, so certainly something you have to take into account. That would be my view, anyway. I don't know if anyone else has something to say about that.
So same for my house lasted about 50 years and things are temporary for there. About anyway.
I mean, 40 years is a long time, but I think that point cuts both ways. It's a long time in terms of longevity of the installation being there. But if it goes away, there's no way of telling whether it will continue. And who knows what the energy situation will be in 40 years' time? Who knows what it will be like in 4 years' time? Really difficult to say.
I think the reversibility, you know, that we don't, that's a different point. So if you go back to the point on reversibility, whether it's, I'm not going to set a hair course because people put too much weight on what you say. 40 years, even if it was 80 years or 120 years, I'm not saying it did, but even if it was, that point about reversibility still remains the case. It's not a long time, but the ability to restore it is there. In relation to that particular point, it is absolutely not actually that you can't decommission, and in fact, the evidence that the applicant would rely on relates to legacy enhancements. So the landscape capital, so the hedgerow improvements, the fabric that comes with schemes like this actually will be there for a very long period of time. So they are legacy. If it's about soil composition, the evidence is there is no harm, there's no loss of underlying BNV from solar farms. And in fact, the evidence is, if anything, there is a slight improvement. So we do not accept that you can't decommission whenever it's.
Probably that improvement would come from not farming it takes absolutely 40 years.
Absolutely, because the whole point of the or the way we get to BNG improvements is through grasslands and seepage, all of that, and the land not being intensively farm private purposes. That the evidence is that there. I'm not placing too much weight on it, but the evidence is that there can be a net benefit in terms of soil.
Sure.
So there was quite a lot of that one, and they usually want to comment.
understand something very, very difficult to cater for everything, so.
Yeah.
You'd have to sort of, I don't know, direct it in a certain direction, have a plan or concept behind it, so what you find. What part of biodiversity you try and enhance and why you're doing, why you're focusing on that and talking about other things. Yes. Yeah, that's a wide subject. Sorry, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to rely on the fact that there is a condition to decommission the past 40 years to apply that this is a temporary development, then you surely have to have regard to the practicality of the decommission. We just heard about soil the easy note. I think not like I think to use that tool to answer. I think the problem is the shading from all of those panels for a period of we don't know what shading is going to do to the quality of the soil over a 40-year period. Similarly, the rainwater runoff that will form panels underneath the panels that will affect the rain, that will affect the constitution of the soil. So the problem is that we don't know about the practicality of these. I don't think it's valid. They just because of the condition of the decommission that makes the use temporary. I don't see it like that.
I think it's there's a condition on a planning commission, you said that has to go in 40 years, it is temporary.
Well,
40 years temporary.
I think you just heard that it was due to the fact that that has to be the decommission that makes it temporary. What I'm saying is you have to have the answer to practicality of undertaking that decommission.
Yeah, I fully accept. Yeah, one would have to probably condition how that took place or require what's usually done in these situations. There's got a condition which requires a scheme for decommissioning to be submitted 2 years before it's intended to happen. So somebody up to the district council in 38 years' time would be getting something in this house. I mean, it's 40 years, it's partly to get probably it. So there we go, probably. Yes, but again, I think there's another point in that too, isn't there? It's whether the correct way to look at time period involved is the human lifespan. Is it because I mean the whole reason for doing renewable energy, or the two main reasons for doing renewable energy, that's to do with the threat of climate change, one, and secondly to do with energy security too. And they're both very important. I'm not saying one's more important than the other. But they're not linked to the human lifespan, they're linked to other things, wider matters. But for humanity going forward, or this country going forward in terms of energy security. So I wonder if that's the right, I'm not saying, I'm right, you're wrong. I'm just saying, is there a context in which the time scale needs to be? Do we need to think about it more in sort of climate change terms rather than human lifespan change?
So not if the objective to basically that taking impact on everything, but those things do relate to human lifespan. There is the landscape, how we down. So I think those things human lifespan.
Well, I'm merely it's for me to sort of probe, but that's all I'm doing. Yes, go on.
On the subject of time span, with the heritage perspective, the church has been there for the best part of 1,000 years, the ringwork has been the best part of 1,000 years. And part of the objection from the assessment is that fundamental change of historic character, which has remained largely unchanged throughout that period, that again suddenly feeling this massive reversal of the text change. But on the subject of temporary reversible as well, it's worth remembering that some of the proposed mitigation parts of the new trees, for example, aren't necessarily going to convert, and they could be again, but actually the construction of additional screening and so on, landscape breaking up landscape, which is seen as harmful during the lifespan of the scheme, also then continues to be harmful once the scheme is removed as well. And so it isn't just black and white in terms of everything is reversed or everything isn't reversed. There is that need and that nuance of those characteristics which are reversible and those which aren't, and which have a longer impact than
risk of, I mean, please, don't, I'm probing here, I'm not trying to be pejorative.
I'm not taking it.
No, but the point that you make about the church has been there for 1,000 years, likely to be there for another 1,000 years, I don't know. But within that lifespan of the church, not the human lifespan, the church, 40 years is a blip.
It is, but when we're looking at impact, to say that the impact is primarily on the setting, it's this trust change of character. So albeit 40 years after that, the point being that it's that fundamental switch between 1,000 years of one type of character suddenly reversed it completely, which is what's causing that impact. And that impact will be felt. Yeah, historically we treated generations of 20 years, so we're looking at 2 generations of this human life back there. So yes, in planning terms, it's reversible, potentially temporary. In lived experience, that value is a very
Recognise that the correct way to look at it, probably a bit more nuanced than the sort of extreme position I just put forward.
And also, as another, when we're looking at the reasons for solar power, again, yes, we've got the climate change, we've got the and so on, but we've also got to remember it's a commercial exercise as well. There is an economic part too. Just like it.
Yes, I mean that is the point about we need to deal with climate change, we need to deal with energy security, but we're not doing it in a government building these things. We're doing it we're relying on private enterprise to move forward. I mean, we could be here all afternoon talking about that, so I'm not going to.
Lots of points raised there. We've obviously got to get on. There was a particular issue about historic England trees, I think. To John,
I was just slightly through the figures 7 and 1 when it's the heritage statement independent. They do show the landscape changes. So the church, the ground and the roof are relatively contemporary. And the introduction of Berden Hall in the 16th century with its landscape grounds was a massive change to that landscape. The later enclosure built with the hedgerows in the 18th century was another massive change to that landscape. Many of these historic changes to the landscape would be altered in after 40 years because all the solar farm infrastructure would be reversible. And we're not just looking at our own perception of those heritage assets, but the future generations plural. So we are considering in the very, very long term, and we could use the heritage assets, not just our generation appreciate it.
Thank you. And I also think it's just worth reiterating. I mean, I think we're probably all saying the same thing, actually. We are not suggesting that you downgrade the seriousness of the impact during the lived experience on the basis that this is a reversible temporary form of development. These are treated that the impacts are being assessed as if they were permanent, and the test here is whether or not they are accepted. That having been said, as a matter of law, and the gentleman, I think, just a misunderstanding, it's not the presence of the decommissioning scheme that makes it temporary, it's a matter of law. It is a timely consent. So under planning legislation, it is a temporary consent. The way that is dealt with planning system is through a decommissioning scheme or by condition. I know you know that, but just to make that clear. I'm not sure we can take that much further. That was issue 1. Issue 2 was the decision making. I mean, I'll see what is said in some of the written responses, and then if we get the right final reply, we can set this out in a little bit more detail. But the law is this: that there are different categories of cases where potential alternatives have to be taken into account, and it's only where they're so obviously material that you need to take those into account. consistency of decision making is a matter for you in terms of planning judgment. Is there something so obvious material that you would need to, if you came to a different view, explain why you would come to a different view? And it's a little bit like the posh decision that we talked about earlier on. That you know, if you are going to come to a different view, then you ought to explain why you have come to a different view. If you took the view that the Magazine Farm decision was so obviously material that you needed to look at that, and you came to a different view on the same subject, then you need to explain your reasoning. However, that can't be at a level of abstraction, which is, you know, one inspector says yes to a solar farm, one inspector says no to a solar farm, and therefore the consistency is at the level of, well, you have to review this solar farm. That is absolutely not the case. It would have to be a principle, so the same policy, exactly the same landscape type, or exactly the same heritage impact, where you said, well, these are so similar that actually I'm either going to come to the same result or I'm going to come to different results and explain it. If you came to the view that there were sufficient differences, and whether that's due to distance, different landscape types, different assets, or whatever, then I think the legally you're required to say, well, I've looked at that. Actually, I think the differences are sufficiently great. I do not need to follow that as a blueprint and explain every deviation from what the other inspector had to say. It's fact specific and judgment. It's up to you to determine whether or not there is a consistency issue at all. But it can't simply be that inspector said no, therefore I feel due to be able to say no. It's not at that level of abstraction.
Does anyone else have anything they want to say about this? Because there were just a couple of things I would think about this decision. No, well, I don't, neither am I. It's not a law matter.
And if he's pointing something like this, and oh, you didn't do it, that's not good. So I have, and I just and ultimately at the end of the day, I think this comes down to, I guess, you know, you look through and you try and do, you know, is the, you know, benefits, you know, we do all these issues, all of those results, and I think we will take the time and you know, we will come back on some of the
I mean, thinking in fairness, what Mr. Hardy was saying, if the courts say you have to deal with something in a certain way, then if I don't, then my decision probably ends up back there. And the judge would say, well, look, the court said this, you're saying that, you're wrong. So you do have to follow the courts. As far as sometimes you can. But other inspectors' decisions are at a level below the courts. So yes, of course you can. I mean, you'd be foolish not to take my colleague's decision into account. But I think from my point of view, just because Mr. Parker said what he said doesn't mean to say I have to follow that. I have to look at this particular scheme that's before me again in my own way and reach my own conclusion. But if I do something or decide something that is wholly different to the way my colleagues dealt with the same matter, I would have to explain why. I think that's what we're saying, and explain why and give urgent reasons, not just, well, these things are all judgment. If someone support them, it might just be judgment. If they don't, you might attack weight in different ways. Different decision makers do that all the time. So, yeah,
you know, really in relation to the decision where it is in the somebody said mentioned that it was further. I understand the difficulty with my colleagues.
exactly that. I think it's Michael Humphrey said, KC, it's due with the inability of the applicant to put in a response. Not yours. It was due to the inability, because the law was like that, it was the inability of the applicant to put in a response and late received information. So it was a procedural fairness point on the sector.
And that was heard, but judgment was reserved.
Hasn't been given, I think.
Does anyone else have anything they want to? I could take account of that before that. You know, whether it would be prudent of me to issue the decision if the court is going to say something about it in 4 weeks. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, yes, it depends on how long you allow people anyway, but the problem doesn't arise in this case, but because if there is going to be that opportunity to give people time to respond, then that is a procedural point. So it's a different situation. It'll be interesting to read, but actually it is not, I don't think, determinative of this case, because you look at it, you know that that has been a problem, and therefore there is going to be an overhang here.
Yeah, I think the where I was struggling was that, let's say, for the sake of argument, this, if my colleague's decision gets quashed by the High Court, then there would be nothing that I would have to take account of. It would have gone. So whoever determined that would then have to deal with this one, provided of course that it did survive the court and go on forever. I don't know.
Other than the point of view of the procedure, or the procedure that is currently in question.
Yeah.
So we want to follow the procedure.
But if the court decides with the applicant and says there was procedural unfairness, what the court will do presumably is strike the decision out. So the decision won't be there anymore, and things will have to come back and do that all over again as well. That's my understanding. Anyway, I don't know whether probably don't get into alternative forms of relief on that. I'm not sure. I'm going to leave that one to my boss. Right, now I think I've asked what I need to ask about that, and I'm happy that I understand where we are consistency wise. Unless there's anything else, I'm going to say, where are we? Yeah, let's talk about conditions. Is everyone content to move on to that? I mean, essentially, what I'm saying is that the substantive part of the hearing, when we talk about the issue, has been completed, unless somebody has anything they want to add.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, the whole point of that. I'm going to come on to that, but I'm going to do that through the vehicle of conditions, if that's okay. I mean, it's the same conversation. But
There was a lot that you were going to talk about. Are we going to take that as an issue now, or are we going to do that purely by written follow-up?
I think I'm going to do that with written follow-up on the basis that the appellant submission has been put in, or sorry, the applicant submission has been put in, and the basis for it has been explained, and I've understood that, which is the question I was after. But I think I have to be a little careful, but I think fairness dictates that I should give you the opportunity for a period that we can agree to make some written submission to me on that.
I'm whether we can talk about it now, because
I think it's probably best if we deal with it in writing, rather, because I think even if we deal with it on the hoof and something, we're going to have another go in writing. In the interest of fairness anyway, so we might as well just do it in writing. See, I don't know. If anyone has a different view, let me know. I just want to be fair, that's it. To everyone, and make sure that we interrogate it, as best we can, because essentially all these submissions are there to help me with future decisions. I just want the best information I can get, really. That's my
Now's the right moment, but I have one, because you were asking current plots of ground for what the current farming is. Issue. Just make the point. That is the rarest kind. Most of our.
Essentially, that was a really nice question. Because it's all very well saying it's best for a person to cook the land, but well, it's not useful. Because sometimes best of our versatile agricultural land can be used for things that aren't particularly productive. It would be better. It can cost something, but it could be used for a rotation of wheat and beans and whatever. Sometimes it's used for rough grazing. We can understand that. There we are. There are all sorts of reasons behind. Good. I'm going to move on to conditions. I don't know. I mean, should we have a break before we do that? Or would people rather just get on with it and get away? Let's get on with it then. Good. Everyone's happy. I noticed on the Gov UK website, if I can get back to it, that there is a list of suggested conditions on there. I'll show you the conditions. It's under here in the documents, and it's on the names on the website. That's what I'm going to use. This is for this. What we're going to do is go to the meeting. Hopefully you have access to that. On the gov.uk's website for this application, and the here of documents, the third one. I think it was submitted for the previous hearing, and then the inspector attached a list of conditions at the end of the decision letter, which included things like the list of application plans, because on the submission, I think that's just left blank. Let me check to fill that in. I'm looking at them. It looks to me as though there's a very close correlation, can't say it's exact, between the list that was submitted and the list that was attached by the inspector previously. There's the list submitted, and then there's the list that being attached to the previous decision. Okay. Really happy to use the list that was attached to the previous decision. It's similar. It's easier for people to get that. Then I don't think I wouldn't have thought there'd be too much difference between the two anyway. Okay, well, I'll look at both of them, and if anything changes, then. Right, first one is time limit. So that says you will begin no later than 3 years from the date of any commission. I should say we're having this conversation not because I've made a mind up or anything. We have to have this conversation, so but in the event permission is granted, no one's going to be surprised by some condition that I've made up or somewhere. It needs to be open, an open process. You all need to understand the basis on which you're working in the event that permission is granted. The first two conditions mentioned in 3 years and defined plans, they're standard conditions that follow all of us and the commission. I would ask whether the plans that my colleague attached in his condition to are correct. And I'm quite happy to come back to that bit.
My instructions are that it is, so the listing condition 2 attached to the previous decision remains good. If there is any change to that, we'll let you yeah, because I noticed that some information has been updated to an extent, but I don't know whether it's not good. Now, conditions 3 and 4 deal with decommissioning. So yeah, the operator needs to tell the council the date that electricity is first exported to the grid, so that's your start point. And then 40 years from that, it has to stop, and then the land should be restored to its former condition, allowing for the appropriate enhancements in accordance with a scheme of decommissioning. And then the condition sets out what that needs to include, including the transport management plan for taking all the stuff away, landscape restoration work, measures to address environmental effects of decommissioning, ecological assessment, and so on and so forth. So that scheme needs to be submitted to and approved in writing no later than 40 years from the date of the first export of electricity from the site, and subsequently implemented as a scheme. I just ask whether 40 years is correct in that case, or would you want the decommissioning scheme to be put in a little earlier? Don't know. No. Yeah, the company does exist. Yeah, it's not the first time I've come across that issue. So. How far would you suggest I'd say that? Is that something that goes to how would I deal with that? Could be, but I've not got one in front of me that does that. I don't think I'm going to get one either. Is that right? Decommissioning bonds are not favoured, they're certainly not supported by national policy because some of these the council has the full armoury of enforcement measures available to it. So bonds are not required.
So there is a related point to that, which is that the special lesson. I mean, this is very likely, well explored 50 years. The whole issue of solar energy generation in the state, and it's probably by something you can do, but it is highly unlikely that we're going to need to for the next 40 years. I was like, it's probably going to be long before 40 years from that. So, I mean, I think that if we just got the most up, but when we need to provide electricity to the grid, at that point, we might will be fixed.
Condition 4. So yeah, it doesn't generate electricity for a period of 6 months before the end of it shuts down. But no, that's fine. We'll stop operating. Then it needs to be decommissioned early. And yeah, like we were saying, who knows where energy policy will be in 10, 20, 30 years time. I think if you did know, but there's a fortune to be made. So yeah, I think that's condition 4. It's essentially the same thing, but what happens? But if it's decommissioned early for whatever reason. I mean, I don't know what well, no, I probably shouldn't answer that question about that. Can we go on to the next batch of conditions deal with landscape ecology and biodiversity? So 5 requires the development to be carried out in full accordance with the landscape, with the landscape ecological and management plan, which, yeah, that gives operation for the land. Unless the planning authority give written consent to any variation, which is not formal words I tend to favour, but yeah, I suppose it does give us scope for changes. 6. Biodiversity enhancement strategy for protected and priority species and other wildlife. It says how that might take place. Does that bear on the approach to skylarks?
Skylarks are dealt with in 7, and then in the latter, so that's other BNG 6.
I've got it, yeah. So 7 deals with skylarks, or the skylark mitigation strategy that we heard about. But skylark mitigation strategy is also in a unilateral text.
So the purpose of that is not a different strategy, it's just to maintain, basically to give more comfort to those that are concerned about this. And there's a very specific point which comes out of the Mannion decision, and that is that one of the reasons for refusal was that in the eyes of the inspector, there was an inability to secure protection for the priority species. But the reason for that is because there was no section 106 green. So I don't know why, but in that case, the appellant acknowledged that there was some harm, but then didn't provide a legal mechanism to secure the mitigation. So that was a bit of an own goal. Anyway, so here there is a condition, but just to give absolute belt and braces, there is then a legal obligation to continue with the scheme that's submitted and approved. So it's actually as much comfort as we can possibly get.
That Mannington or Mannington decisions in the bottom.
Yes, that's the
Maggots. I'm calling it Mannington. Maggots. Is it maggots?
That's 3 names for it. So it's maggots in.
It's an unattractive name for maggots. That decision, Mannington, maggots and farm. One of the reasons was the absence of a legal agreement.
It was, yeah, I read that. But as long as that's clear, I'm not confusing it with something else.
Could I just add something, sorry?
Yeah.
So in terms of the skylark mitigation strategy that's been submitted, I was just going through it and I'm not sure how this was missed before, but field 1, it's got a big overhead cable going through it. And normally we say to have skylark plots away from field boundaries, 50 metres, but then literally in the middle of the field is a big overhead power cable. So yeah, I kind of thought that's going to be an issue in terms of predators as well. So whether the researchers say that because it's one of the larger, it looks like one of the larger overhead power cables, that's not an issue, or whether that field needs to be adjusted.
Hi there, sorry. Just to clarify, I think when the original skylark mitigation strategy was submitted, we had field 1 and field 2, and when we spoke to code services, it was agreed that field 1 is not appropriate because of the overhead line. However, then we agreed an additional point for field 1, which was submitted last year, I think in January. And this field was agreed with code services as there is no overhead line going across the site. So this was submitted last year in January.
Okay, yeah, because I thought I'd seen 2 different versions, where there's a field to the east, which has got that power cable going through it, and then yeah, then there's a field to the north, that was field 1 something.
So when this condition talks about the skylark mitigation strategy,
It's the amendment, it is the amended strategy to take into account this point, and the other thing is that the unilateral communication also specifically refers to the amendments to the point that we just read.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, just making sure that the correct version is the one that's secured.
no, it's a good point, it does, and both the condition and the 106 are going to be amended.
okay, so this condition 7, where it says submitted skylark mitigation strategy dated 9th November 2022, it should be on something and subsequent, as subsequently amended, or
No, that is the amendment.
that is the amendment. Is it?
Product, so consent of the submitted skylark mitigation strategy. So dated 9th of November 22 and amended on 8th of February. And amended by plans dated 8th of February 2023.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. That's another. Yeah, go on. So it's quite colonized. So despite the high voltage cable. Yeah.
We're not trying to replace the habitat because obviously you can't take anything away and replace like this is where we just got. Purpose of the drill plots and skylark plots as we refer to them is to increase the breeding efficiency or breeding success rate for any birds in the wider area to mitigate some of the impact. And the evidence suggests that if you drill the plots in places where skylark exists already, that they will go through more likely to succeed.
That's helpful. So it's not necessarily nesting sites that you're looking to replace, it's habitat effectively.
Yeah, it's by enhancing the habitat outside the territory that you're displacing to whatever then you increase the impact of the breeding success in the wider local areas.
I understand, that's helpful. Right, I'm going to move on. 8 deals with lighting. So no external lighting is being installed before a lighting design is being designed to avoid light pollution and to protect biodiversity and approved in writing by the local planning authority. So essentially it gives the planning authority control over any external lighting design might require. So yeah, can't see any reason, any difficulty to that, and I'm not taking it at any rate. So I'll move on to the next suite of conditions 9, 10, or 11.
Sorry,
Yeah.
just a couple of additional ecology conditions. So I think we need a construction environmental management plan for biodiversity to cover some of the impacts from construction. So things like where, because it's adjacent to and within close proximity to local wildlife sites and priority habitat. And that includes sort of general mitigation as well for protected species. And then because of the Greg's new district licensing, and well, for that one is that you secure the license as a condition. So they've obviously submitted their countersigned IOCPC document, but then with the condition as well, secure the license as well, sorry. And then we did provide a bespoke condition wording for badger license, so because there was that uncertainty as to whether a badger license was going to be required. So yeah, whether they still think that's necessary or whether they can say for sure that there's not going to be impacts on the badger set.
My preference would be to keep that in because who knows whether that is anything. I'd rather have that development going forward, and then we've got that protection, and the council are giving comfort that about it will be a little bit down the barrel about it will be addressed.
I don't know, it sounds as though there are enough changes or additional conditions, and we're certainly not resisting that. Probably have a bit of a discussion with the council after this. I don't know whether we're, whether one of the documents, if there's going to be time allowed anyway, whether within 7 days we can try and get some additional conditions to at least get the council and us to an agreed position, because I don't know whether that.
I think I would feel more comfortable with that than
Trying to take notes now and decide on budget conditions and stuff like that.
Yeah, let's come back to that. What I would like to see is for a discussion to take place, some additional conditions to be suggested and agreed, hopefully. Yeah. And then they can be published and then comment. And if anyone wants to comment, then they can.
Just I did say 7 days because that's easy, very easy, but probably not 7 days, it might have to be 10 days.
Okay, are we talking about a construction environmental management plan, a condition related to use, and another one, well, great crested use, not all use, and one related to budget, right?
So far, I think,
Yeah, I think that's all. I think that's all I have to add, thank you.
But that's fine. I mean, there might be others when we come to the end of this, or get a little further with this conversation. But thank you for raising that. I don't want to miss anything just by following the previous list. Come on. Okay, that's fine. Please.
Well, the first day conversation has been paid, we've got the phone sorry about the and then you would pay your second day payment and then you would get your license, and that's what you're asking for. That's fine.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact wording, but there is a standard one that we use. So yeah, it will say on there exactly what it is that we need to provide to show that you've got that license.
And then that's the other thing you need to have. That's my thing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I mean, I might suggest that perhaps when we're finished, which hopefully won't be too long away, you can have a chat. I won't be involved in that, obviously, and then you can put something to me. I might have a comment, but then it can be put into the final form and be published, and then people can make an observation as part of the timetable and other things. Because I'd like to have just one more set of consultation, not 2 or 3 different ones running with different timescales. So that might influence what we agree in terms of a close date for submission. Yeah, I moved quickly on to lighting, and I think we dealt with that. I think that does need to be controlled. It needs to be kept to a minimum and done sensibly in the event that permission is granted. I noticed on the list of suggested conditions that there is only one highway safety condition, but there are 3 on my colleague's decision. I don't know whether anyone has anything they want to say about those conditions, or whether you're happy with them, whether you're not, because they go far enough. Mr. Hardy?
We have suggested amendment to the quiet condition 9, which should be covered. That would be in line with the principles in the revision 3 of the DPM. We looked at the wording issue. Very budget.
So 2 should be 3.
Yeah. I wasn't involved in the previous hearing, but I think that was the document that was submitted very late in the day.
Very confusing.
Yeah, it's not the right one, so yeah. Yeah, the condition 9 is in number revision 3.
Yes, so I mean, I don't know what my colleague intended there, but it seems to me that what my colleague had was a revision 3 what they really asked for was another one, a detailed revised CTMP. But if
It'd be a submission of a construction traffic management plan, and then open brackets incorporating the principles set out in CPMP version 3 shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the council.
as long as, Mr. Hardy, if your side is happy that, there needs to be another submission? Or is it just that you need to carry out construction in accordance with CPMP provision 3?
If there's the need for it, people want to read here and then, yeah, therefore we can go to
Do we need or do we say?
Just want to understand your position, that's all, because I think that's one of the places.
Particularly free, wasn't there to address the big highway with the previous comment. So
Yeah,
I did that big highway that you pushing through.
I don't want to make you put in yet another revision 4, unless I think there's a need for a revision 4, but clearly others do think that. I don't know which the honest answer to that. So presumably it's a hybrid matter, so that would be Essex County Council. But isn't the difficulty when it gets closer to the sun, not necessarily when it comes off the M11 because the fish storm, but no one's really worried about that, are they?
There is a serious concern because of cumulative effect. There is also for total factory storage, which actually, as far as I can remember, follow exactly the same route. You can get knowledge from factory storage, picking up with knowledge from solar farm. And there is a lot of concern at the moment with regard to the proposed route. I do know that it goes through both parts and this. And I'm not sure what ethics position is, I'm not sure what part of the position is, but it is something that will need to be addressed and needs to be called to concern at the moment.
Our position is that we would like a previous provision for the CPMP in line with the revision 3, which revision 3 as it stands, if there was nothing else happening, we think it is workable, but by the time it gets permission and moves to actually implementation, whether anything else, the other solar farms, battery storage, etc. is implemented, we just want to make sure whoever comes first sets it out, and then the next one that comes in will have to be in line with what's agreed in the other group first. Or the one who goes first might finish by the next one.
And come through this, I agree. So it would be a pre-commencement condition for a CTMP adopting the principles set out in revision 3, and the expectation would be if that's still okay, that's fine. But if there's then something which has changed in the interceding year, then that would need to be taken into account. So make a grounding condition.
Well, what would happen is that would come into, those people would have to come into Uttlesford in the first instance, then it would be up to Uttlesford to consult with Essex and presumably with Herts as well, and then take their comments on it into account in the same way I asked the question previously about how the council dealt with these things if they're publicised, if you take comments and then others can comment on them too. Is that fair? Yeah.
So there are schools in Manchester.
I'm not sure whether they've been consulted, they have been considered in that provision, really. I think there's a section in there which deals with the community liaison. That would happen if permission is granted after the date.
The hours for this matter, but will the same.
restrictions that the team to the PPMP which is void. The department will get, so you are restricting the delivery input before you go. Big time. Delivery.
Well, look, we're talking about conditions here, so clearly if one felt the highway impacts of constructing this sort of farm were unacceptable because of the impact they would have on the route to the schools and so on, you would grant planning permission. So one would have to, if one's going to allow it to be dealt with by condition, one would have to reach the conclusion that, well, it could be, and it could be accommodated. Otherwise, you wouldn't get to the point where you were thinking about covering it by condition.
You will see some will go into work and see yeah, that's what they like. There is no way. You'll see that.
What we heard was that would be over a 10-year period. It's not like a permanent, it'd be a temporary impact because the period.
I wouldn't.
I mean, I think the point is that there are some very serious potential blockages along that route. I mean, I'm thinking particularly of that. But I mean, there are, I know because I'm on management down here with all these concerns, and the concerns revolve around people being stances, and favouring, and neutral. They all have very serious concerns about this community because of we can serve the farm because of the battery storage unit. All of these lorries are looking to use the same route. I mean, we have asked for further information from the other applicants, and nothing has brought come. So I'm just worried that really Essex is not block the routes with it. If it would be dealt by way of condition, I think that as local residents, we want a bit more certainty now. I think what we want to think of.
We recently had discussions, or post that discussions, because the application has been everything for the farm, over the farm. We suggested a similar condition in that instance it comes back around to who goes first. And the next person that comes along needs to take it up on the first. But we can't create.
No, I suppose the only question I've got to ask myself is would a condition of that sort be reasonable? And then it's up to others how they deal with the fact with what happens if both go ahead at the same time, both go ahead at the second times. However, that's not putting fine points on it. Once the condition is written, it's over to you. That's how these things tend to work, or that's how these things work. So all I've got to be sure of is that it's actually practicable and it be covered by condition, or is it something that's so ridiculous that it can't be? I don't know. Yeah.
I do value. All details of someone. Something like. You have to. One of the images will be affected too. For a long time.
Of course, I have read the submission, but I will probably reread them before I go anywhere near trying to put together a decision notice. But I would say it seems to me from what's been said that the applicant has thought about these matters in the CDMP, and I would also say that to say no to the development on the basis of construction traffic, it would have to be, in my view and in my experience, it would have to be something, the bar for doing that would be pretty high, because there are ways of mitigating impact, even if it means, no one's going to be too happy. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that completely, but I don't think that the applicant or whoever was constructing a solar farm would want to get themselves in a position where they are endangering anybody. I mean, that's not how this is meant to work. So I would hope that a CTMP in the event that one thought that these were problems that weren't insurmountable and double negative, but you'll know what I mean. That the CTMP would go as far as it could in balancing safety against the actual mechanics of getting something built on the site. As long as I'm understanding that, I am going to drive the route and I'm going to look at the roads around the site for them. But the point that I get is that they weren't going to run trucks around past the school at school time. No, but they wouldn't be the same volume of traffic collected from after school clubs as they would be from a general school finish time.
proposing the delivery. Delivery doesn't start after the end of the morning. Avoided breakfast substitution. And delivery then ends before the end of the school day. So it doesn't end up being on after.
CTMP has a window of, I don't know, 9:30 to 2:30, or was it?
I think it's pretty. Pretty sure it doesn't say that.
It's the revision through, I read it yesterday, from 9:30 in the morning till 3 p.m. during term time. And 9:30 in the morning till 4 p.m. and outside.
Okay, well, I'll have a look at that, and read it in some detail, but, I mean, I don't detect that it's something that hasn't been taken into account, a bit like that. Yeah, okay, look, I want to move on, because we're talking about school picking out time and it's 3:30, yeah. So, when I visit the site, I mean, I think my site visit's going to be tomorrow now, so, I will endeavour to be there in time to see what school times are like. Certainly in the morning anyway. I don't think I'll be there at 3:30 tomorrow, but certainly I can have a look at what it's like when children arrive at school. I think it's important. I see my colleague's decision on, and I've touched on this briefly just now. There's a condition 10 and a condition 11 in that decision, which seem to, I don't know if there's anything in that, in those two conditions, which go beyond or add anything extra to agreeing a new CTMP. If we're agreeing a new CTMP, I don't see the necessity for 10 and 11. Did you 10 and 11?
We do like 10 and 11. We think they probably have self-rated of the keep saying they probably could all be covered under one condition. I think these conditions, the 3 conditions, came late in the day to the previous decision.
I'm all for making the list of conditions as short as we can, but not missing the protections. I think telescoping it into one and having just a bullet point.
I think there might also be a later the condition which overlaps. And then probably the 22, some of the sub-elements of that condition would be covered in the CTMP. Very long condition.
Yeah, okay, well, let's move on from, we'll come to that in due course. I've heard what people said about 10 and 11. Access is number 12. So there's a drawing and the idea with visibility displays and so on, which we heard about earlier. You need to provide that access. Yeah, before any other part of the development is prior to the commencement of any other part of the development, because providing the access is most likely development. So, but yeah, does anyone have anything to say about taking the access to be put in place in a sensible way before you start upscaling and moving on to the sign up? 100%. Good. 13, public rights of way. You need to protect the public rights of way. That's during the construction period, isn't it? And thereafter. So we heard about some of the ways in which the public rights of way are intended to be dealt with during, but after construction. No, that makes sense to have some control over that. I think there are some details on the plan already, but you know, there's no harm in dealing with it again. 14. No new screen planting within 3 meters of public right of way. Yeah, and then we need to ensure that the passage to the public right of way to be cut off by forceful or whatever is used to make it impassable. That makes sense. Any comments about 13 and 14? No. 15. Drainage, flood risk, soil and pollution. Yeah, this is to deal with surface water drainage. 15, so that's runoff from the panels itself, I presume anything similar. 16 deals with any problem off site during construction work. 17 deals with soil management. Yeah, so protecting the soil in the construction phase. Complete loss of cover. And operational feed monitoring of vegetation within the soil management plan. That's in 17. Does anyone have anything they want to say about those? There's nothing unusual in those sort of roads. No. 18, heritage and archaeology were in there. So that's the written scheme of investigation for archaeology. They're all the three archaeology in effect. Yeah, I understand the reason behind it. Anybody have anything to say? Good. 21, unexpected land contamination. So that sets out what we do if we start putting the little wind piles in panels and so on, and come across anything that's a concern. I guess the likelihood of it is slim, but we're meant to deal with this in a kind of precautionary way. And
Yes, so it could be anything, maybe apple, burial grounds, could be all sorts of stuff, so it needs to be considered, yeah.
I've got no difficulty with it. Good. Last of these, number 22, construction and dust management. That's a construction environmental management plan which we touched on just now. I think there is some crossover between this and the CTMP. I mean, the danger with taking bits out of one because it's dealt with in the other. But it might be better to be a little repetitive to make sure that nothing is missed. But I think what you said, that it is very difficult to look at one and then look at another and so on. But I think a construction environmental management plan is obviously necessary given the proximity of people housing, simple terms. So there needs to be some control over that. I don't see any difficulty with it. Does anyone have any comments about it?
No, just in terms of tidying it up, the only one I can really see or the details of any highways works necessary to enable construction to take place. There'll be parking and loading arrangements, management of traffic to reduce congestion with those three. I thought you can excise those and put those into the CTMP just so you're really dealing with the general environmental issues in the centre. Tidying up.
So is that C, D, and F?
Yes. They're highway matters. I would put those into the construction traffic management. Wow.
So you,
Whether given have come from highway, so whoever suggested this condition not have a view on those being taken out, there could be one document that is submitted to discharge to condition.
I prefer to keep it separate just because I think the two different things. One's aimed at traffic, one's aimed at the general site, construction environmental issues. So I've got two plans, two discharges, and there's a little overlap as you can as well. It seems to me the neatest way of doing that is taking those three highways related issues out of 22, putting those in the CPM.
I think this division is from private health and services, we've got a problem with that. somewhere.
As long as they're covered, yeah, we're not sure, but absolutely, you need to cover, just tidy it up.
Well, the danger is that you make a submission, deal with the CPMP, in the lot of details, and then you're gonna make another submission to deal with the CE, I think, we can see.
Gets refused.
Sometimes there is some method. If you do that, but yeah, I think it goes pretty go into the CPMP. Seems to make sense. Couple of other things I would cover on conditions. But I noticed in the previous list of conditions, there was a fire risk condition, number 10. I'm finding that on the gov.uk website, and that seems to have found its way into here. I'm sure my colleague will have dealt with that in their reasons, but can anyone help us with that?
I'd like to say something about that. The battery that is already up there, which is a terra battery, does not provide municipalities, council, new regulations which require it to have 2 access points, and water on site, to ensure it can basically put out fire. So it probably is quite important that the advantages are set out, because obviously the solar array across the field also going to limit any fire engine coming onto the ground, there's fire.
Your colleague dealt with it in paragraph 122 of the question decision.
Because there's no battery storage as part of this scheme, and substation access is possible from elsewhere. There's no need for it.
There's only 1 access point, actually, and the battery, but only 2 in accordance with the national plan.
I think the issue would be though that I'm not here to deal with the battery or the substation. So if there is an issue with those, I think those need to be kept separate from this. So I don't have details of the way the commission is trying to, whether there was a similar fire risk condition on that, whether one could go needs to condition that. That would be something separate. All I think is the solar array. And ask myself the question whether a safety management plan is needed. I see what my colleague says about it, and I'll never look at that myself, but I couldn't attach a condition to this, which dealt with the battery or the substation. I did want to ask about and I wanted to, there's no noise condition projected there, I can see. My oversight. Well, there's no noise condition on the previous permission. And I wonder, Mr. Hardy, could you explain, or one of your colleagues explain?
Yeah, quite simply, we say that it's not necessary that we pass testing, except given the level of operational noise that it predicts as a result. If you look at the proximity to the properties and the noise levels, we say that would not pass the test associated in the framework.
Yeah, I just want to be clear about.
Can I say something about that?
Well, can I go and tell you about it first?
I would absolutely disagree. In the reasons, multiple reasons we've given before, we put forward, and unfortunately it's not here on any of the paperwork, but we put forward three conditions of set noise. The first one was about undertaking a robust noise assessment and mitigation scheme. The second one is about pre-completion testing of that, making sure that it complies with that first part of that condition. And then the third condition regarding maintenance to ensure that should it ever fail or should it ever fault,
that it's rapidly dealt with. I think they're perfectly reasonable conditions.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we had separate acoustic consultants go through RPS's report. And they didn't use up-to-date information, they used information from the 2016 Terra battery application that battery was talking about. And so RGA went through and pulled out all the inaccuracies and also the oversight. And it's simply not true to say the Crabtree Farm is this property. It's not my property, the back of my property is about 100 metres from where the solar, where the access road is. If you look through the hedge, you can see into my garden field. And Delos, which is the very first house of Booking Academy, is about 20 metres from the site entrance. So that information is completely not right. And there has been no testing to find out how we're going to be impacted by Terra at all. So I think it's a massive.
And what I can say, we're going to have a discussion today, is that let's look at the council's petition. It's not in the previous decision, and it's not in the list that was previously submitted. So if we can have a look, that can either then go into a list at the end which is headed conditions not agreed. We'll have to take a view, or alternatively we'll have a look, and if we can agree, then we will agree. It sounds as though that's a matter of serious concern, and if we can meet that, we will. But you do still, notwithstanding the everybody what wants to have a say, you still have to satisfy yourself that it passes the tests of necessity. So
well, look, I think rather than have a conversation about what I'm sorry, go on,
The talk of the Labour game.
give that.
Yeah, sorry. That's one of the
We have to do one copy again.
We can arrange a copy at the end of that, or about 2 months.
I give you a button.
I'll go.
Oh, you don't. Yeah, do that. And so
That's one of the nice problems together.
look, I think we're going to have we agreed earlier, if I've got this right, do correct me if I'm wrong, but then there would be the opportunity to talk about some other conditions. I think related to the CTM, was it?
The CTMP, the other condition we're proposing is just to take away any issues in relation to capacity. We proposed, it's one of the changes that's coming, of course, is the designated EN3. And in terms of calculation, just to bulk it down, we'd say that there'll be divine wording, but the power output shall be no greater than 49.1 megawatt AC, so measured on an AC inverter basis.
Sorry, we're across. What I was trying to say is that there was going to be a process post-event where we had some conversation about, about conditions.
Yes.
So that's going to take place. Can we add the noise conditions?
Yes.
That the council were talking about into that exchange too?
Yes, I think you're asking, are there any?
No, I'm getting ahead of myself, but so forgive me. But yeah, if we can add the noise conditions into that conversation, and allow people to comment about it, because you want to comment about the noise conditions as well. And I want to give that, I want to be as open and transparent as possible about it, and give that opportunity. So let's do that.
Can I just ask, you mentioned that there was a 3-part condition. Is that in the papers? I haven't seen that. It didn't find its way into the.
It
was included in the officer's report at the time. It's the planning committee. I don't know, obviously the gap between there and now. So I don't know what's.
Just so we can see where I think they will come up with a new list. But because it wasn't in the previous inspector's letter, I was just wondering where it came from. So what you're saying is that was in the original officer report.
It was the planning. Is that the planning?
No, I think it came, I think it, I suspect it came following the last hearing, or at the time of the last hearing, in case it was committed. So I think there was a discussion about what conditions after the last hearing would apply. So I think that was then sent to the planning inspector.
I don't know, because obviously that didn't find its way into the inspector's decision, but it sounds as though the council at least submitted it at some point. You may have an electronic copy of that.
Yeah,
we just want to know what it is about that.
Yeah. We can send it.
I think the previous inspector dealt with conditions in 122 and 123. There's no mention in there that I can see of any noise condition. That's what stumped me. But you know, I'm perfectly happy for that conversation to take place. And if there is, I recognise your position in terms of necessity, but I would at least like to see what a noise condition might look like. And I think one needs to be careful about putting the cart before the horse, but if you're going to decide whether a sample of that meets you don't expect to have a look at what to do. What it was intended to do, would it offer the kind of protections that are necessary, or if you just had anything unnecessary at all.
Indeed, it focuses not on PS4 or 2, but beauty content, which is subject of a lot of concern from residents. So
I think again, the sort of tone quality and things like that and the issues. Yeah. Well, let's have a look at what a condition or a suite of conditions might look like, and then we can talk about it in writing after the hearing. Good. Mr. Hardy, other conditions.
It was just one additional condition, that was to deal with the designation of EN3, and it was just a simple condition to say the approved development, because the application for 49.9 megawatts, so it would just be the approved development once operational shall have an export capacity of no more than 49.9 megawatt AC. So it's a simple condition.
Well, I can see why you want that. Yeah. We do have to be a little. I mean, anything above, we're in the realms of NSIP.
The takeaway point, this is not a stalking horse or anything like that. In fact, so it will always go through DCPA application.
Yeah. Well, can you grant that as part of the other three? So I think we're talking about noise conditions. We're talking about that expectation, and we're talking about the construction traffic management plan.
And it's the division of material from condition 22 and putting that back in, so C 22 C, D and F, and putting that into those points into the CDMP.
What I'm expecting to see on noise condition, your additional condition about 49.9 megawatts, and then the changes to conditions. I'm looking at my colleagues between 22 and 9.
Yeah, and removing conditions 10 and 11.
So what I think, let's just deal with conditions first. What I'm expecting to see is a submission from, have the conversation, whether the submission comes from council or from the applicant, I don't really mind. But something about conditions within, let's say,
I wouldn't say 7 days, but it's Easter, that's the only thing. And I don't know what we're finding at the moment is quite understandable the council officers are taking time off. So I don't know whether.
Well, should have said 14 days.
Maybe.
That would be helpful, I think that's a leave.
Yes. And, and I would hope that that will be in, obviously without prejudice to the council position, but it would be in an agreed format, and they're either going to be fully agreed, or alternatively, there will be a list of conditions which are not agreed. And I suspect the noise condition will be either agreed, or it'll just be in the section at the bottom saying additional condition not agreed, and you'll have to form a view on whether you agree or not.
I think what we need to be clear about is what happens in terms of any other comments that we might get about them. So if I opened it up for, I don't know, 7 days from the 14 days,
Or probably to tie in, would it be sensible? Would it be sensible to tie that in the period that you're going to allow local residents to respond to the site selection report and the legal cases? So if you're going to give them 3 weeks, but we've got 2 weeks to put the conditions on, and that will allow a week to look at the conditions, and there are. They can be looking at the other conditions now. It's only those additional 3 or 4 conditions. There's not much.
yep, that makes some sense to me. So we're talking about 21 days, but it'll be 21 days probably from by the time I get home and get this to my case officer so that it can be confirmed to everybody. It'll be 21 days from Thursday, therefore tomorrow. How does that sound?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we're going to focus in the internal site selection and because I haven't had a chance to look at that. I just don't know what we might be required to do in terms of research on that. I mean, I have no idea at the moment of the content of it. So I don't know what work might be done. So as far as I'm concerned, that's probably reasonable, but it's just if others have concern about needing to get consultants on board to address particular issues within that, or indeed with regard to the legal advice. I just asked if you want to sort of think about that.
Well, I suggest that too, sorry. Is that I'll write out through my case officer on Thursday. I've got something I've got documented here. I don't know how Leanne has been dealing with it, but I think she writes to the parties, and I'll set it at 21 days. But if you come up with a problem, okay, what I suggest you do is have a word with Leanne. It's obviously she can have a word with me, because I want to be reasonable and fair. So if there is an issue, then we'll deal with it. If and when it crops up. Is that yep? And then what I will do after that 21 days, is I'll give your side 7 days for final comment. So that without, I mean, so that I think, I mean, I don't know, the rules are the rules, but I think I should be giving the applicant the final say, because that's the fundamental basis of the appeal system.
Can I also ask this, is whether there's going to be a single response from, I know the residents, there are a number of interests that state balance, but whether or not there is going to be a coordinated effort with a single response, or whether there's going to be, I don't know, 5 or 6 responses, because it would be easier, not forcing anyone's hand, but it would be easier if there was one document to which everybody had contributed.
Can I leave that with you? Because it'd be easy for me as well. But
I suspect it might be a separate submission from CPRE to Technologies. Technologies, they will be able to make it. So maybe 2.
I think 2 is probably easier than 4 or 5. Or more. Sorry, go on.
Conditions. So we can't have a public condition saying.
Unfortunately, rightly or wrongly, you can't do a bottom through a condition. I think it would have to come through an undertaking, some sort of.
I have one. You go ahead. Go ahead. This. Nothing.
think from my point of view, all I can deal with is what's in front of me. I can't go behind previous permissions that have been granted. What I would say though is that the noise assessment, and I think it takes into account the existing operation of the battery plant. That's what I heard earlier.
It does.
Well,
For them,
well,
it was for that particular planning act. So it doesn't do.
well, I didn't hear the submission that was made to me that way. But
It happens at the RDA, they've gone through it in detail.
I'm happy to do that, and I will do that. No, I can't really go behind other things in that way. I can't take. Well, I need to take.
One thing we did that.
But unless it's put to me, I can't take it into account. Of course, I could. Well, good. Can I just touch briefly on the obligation, Mr. Howard? You put it to me and you've explained to me why it's necessary. I've understood that. That's fine. I need to allow some time for it to come to us in a
You can get that definitely within the, obviously I hadn't envisaged there was going to be an overhang in relation to submission, so we're well within that time period and within, as soon as it can be perfected.
It looks like we're ending up with the whole process taking about 28 days. As long as we get it to, it'll be done well before that. That's fine. If you can just pass it to Leanne, okay. I need to be clear about site visit. It wouldn't be my intention 4 o'clock now, so I'm not gonna get it in this evening. So not to say that I might not take in the area this evening, because I've nothing else to do. But I will be making a site visit tomorrow morning. I'm going to do it unaccompanied. I'm going to do it on my own. And I just need to be very clear that if you see me doing the site visit, it may sound impolite and so on, but it's very important that I'm not approached. I can't discuss anything. I can't talk about the case. The site visit is something that takes place in a discreet way. So I can't rehearse arguments, I can't take evidence. I'm just going there to have a look, to understand it myself. So I might have worked for some time. But I can't discuss it with anybody, and I can't. It's not fair for me to do that on one side or the other side of the present. And I don't think it's proportionate to have it done on a company basis, where I drag a party in, however many people want to come around with me. It's not an effective use of my time, because I find the company site visits, you're so busy managing them that you can't see what you want to see. So I'm going to do it on my own, one mistake. So please don't think me polite if I'm approached. I have to say sorry. I can't.
Still a bit more.
Oh, I came in quick. Don't worry. Yeah, I've been called out before. So, yeah. Good. Is there anything else we have to deal with at the hearing?
District council, what could be it that we should done it on serious surgery?
Yeah.
I think she would have liked to be here.
Yeah.
And she put a submission in late.
I think I spoke to Leanne about this late yesterday, and I said, well, in the circumstances, I'd be happy to take a written submission. But what I will do is, if I take that written submission, I'll allow the applicant the chance to make any comments they might want to make on it. So yeah, I'll put them. If Leanne hasn't passed that message on already, then please do. I mean, Leanne knows that I'm perfectly open to that.
Thank you very much.
Good. Is there anything else we have to deal with?
Yeah. It's kind of in Shire Hill. It's a pretty small market.
Okay, thank you for that. Well, all that remains is for me to say thank you to everybody. All the other people have been helpful. So, yeah, I mean, we've got a 28-day period where we're going to have some consultation afterwards. So that'll take us towards the end of April. Yeah, April. So, I mean, I don't think there's going to be a decision out much before the end of May. So that's the sort of time scale we're dealing with. But if you have any questions, or there's anything you need to raise, get in touch with my case officer and you can come in touch with me about it. So, good. Thanks, everyone. I should say formally what the hearing is closed. There we are.